Hello, everyone. Web, can you confirm if you're live?
Yes, Meet, we are live. You can go ahead.
Awesome, awesome. So, welcome to the final event, last but not the least one, for inGenius 2020. This is Meet, co-organizer for inGenius 2020. So it was a great session, to be very honest. And now we're here for the top 15 final round. Yeah. So yeah, let's start it. So I'll share my screen more, but let me know if this is shown on the screen. Yeah.
Yes, sure, Meet. I'll let you know.
Cool. Awesome. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen, guys?
Yes, Meet. Your screen is visible.
Awesome. So we are here to talk about, and we are here to have the top 15 judgment round and the closing ceremony. So we are, in the end game now, where you're gonna get to know about the winners and the runner-up and the second runner-up and the top 15 teams and their awesome ideas. And yeah, it's gonna be a great fun. So let's see. Let's start. So the agenda for today's session is simple, or I'll not call it agenda because this has been a great experience for me. inGenius has been great, and so we'll just have it as a inGenius 20 story. Yeah, so we'll start with a glimpse about inGenius 20 and a series of events that happened. We conducted a lot of events. We interacted with 25 plus students throughout the 2 month span, and we are now in the end game now with the top 15 teams. Then we'll talk about our sponsors and our partners, without whom this wouldn't have been possible at all. Without their support and without their help, we wouldn't have been where we are right now. Then we'll be introducing our esteemed judges and who are industry leaders and who've taken time from their weekend schedule and they're here to assess your projects and then give you proper feedback for that. Then we will be doing the live judging of teams where every team is going to be coming up and literally doing product pitching. So we made it like a mixture of Techstars, if I'm not wrong, the Techstars investor pitching kind of a thing. So we kind of want to give a gist about transparency in our judging, and also we wanted to have them experience the feel of how to product pitch their idea, so that if in future they try to make it as a startup, this is going to be very interesting because now everything going virtual. This is like kind of the very important thing about how to actually pitch your project and show the viewers what your project is and the vision of the project is all about. Then after the judging gets over, we'll be having the announcement of the winners, and then we'll be wrapping up the session. So yeah, let's start. Bob, just to confirm, my video quality and voice quality is proper, right?
Yes, Meet. You are good to go.
Awesome. Okay, so this is like a small snippet that we made about the inGenius 20 story, and to start with, I'll start with my event section that you see here, where we have where we had we had 10 pre-events and 6 hack day events. So the series of events were simple. We started with our first campaign that we called it as the #GetSetPrep campaign, where we basically taught all the where we conducted 9 plus webinars and we had 10 plus speakers coming over, talking about and teaching students about various technologies that are needed for them to build some awesome projects. So we started with basic GitHub webinar, and then we moved up to front end web development, then back end, then full stack integration using Axios. Then we switched over to mobile app using Flutter, and then we deep dived into machine learning, and then finally deployment. So we basically covered almost all the 3 most important things that are posing around right now, and we thought that projects would have them needed to acquaint those technical skills, and that is why we started with our Get Set Prep campaign. And to summarize, what we did was we always believe that implemented knowledge is best. So we after each and every webinar we made them conduct we had a quiz conducted on our events partners app, that is Amigos, the social media Amigos, the student social network, where we basically where a quiz was conducted exactly after webinars, and the top three participant who performed really well used to get top five used to get prizes worth 1K, that is monetary. So that they could actually implement and gain something in return for webinars. After the webinar, we went over and we opened our registrations, and to be very honest, being the first virtual, global, and free inGenius out of its 9 iterations, we are very proud to say that we had over 625 plus applications, and over 100 plus teams registering for our Steam hack. And this couldn't have been possible without our awesome team. Kudos to them. Then for the prizes for the hackathons, we have the first prize as an INR 10K plus premium access accounts for hackathon winners on Fold and Echo AR, and we have full-time opportunities for Fold, and we also have coding blocks scholarships and cryo.org scholarship as well. Second prize, we had INR 5K plus 80% off on any course on coding blocks. Top 15 got Wolfram personal edition plus and a year subscription of Wolfram Alpha Pro. That was worth $375. So all of you that are all of the people who are gonna come and present their projects here, they're all gonna get at least a year of Wolfram personal edition plus and a year of subscription of Wolfram Alpha Pro, worth $375. And don't worry if you're not in the top 15, because we have something for you for all the teams, and that is free business tire worth $89 for Echo AR voucher, and we also have Wolfram 30 days voucher worth $25. So don't worry if you couldn't be in the top 15. See, participation is important, and it's always a win or a lose situation. So you're always gonna learn something from that. Then we're gonna have we have our 3 esteemed judges who I'll introduce soon, and then we had 7 mentors who basically PS alumni and current final year students who basically are working in companies like Morgan Stanley, Google, and they were here throughout the hack, and they helped assist our participants and help them out in any technical help they wanted. So yeah, in short, we have a prize pool of INR 15K and $2,500 USD worth vouchers. That's in inGenius20 story. But I'll always say that apart from the prizes, it's all about the experiences, and being our first virtual hackathon. We believe that you guys had a pretty decent experience, and we move on to the next one now. That's the final round. Okay. Before I introduce you to our esteemed judges, I would like to talk about our sponsors. Which second? Yeah. So this was the Get Set Prep series that I was talking about. Yeah. So to start with our sponsors, our first set of our diamond sponsors are cryo.do, Devfolio, Wolfram language. If you're a web developer and interested in backend development or full stack web development, cryo.do is the best, because they have those backend development tracks and full stack web development tracks where you don't literally, like nowadays in the edtech industry, we have seen that you basically see a video and then get a chance to learn from that and basically implement it on your own. But what Cryo does is it's project based, so you learn by doing it. So you basically work on real world projects and you complete tracks, and they have bytes as well, Cryo bytes to help you guys learn all the basic fundamentals for computer science. So if you are interested in full stack web development, backend web development, ping cryo.do. They have awesome scholarships, and it's a great. Many people are directly getting placed, if I'm not wrong, from because they are a cryo developer as well. So we are very privileged to have cryo.do as our diamond sponsor. We thank Devfolio and Wolfram for being our diamond sponsors. And Devfolio, thankfully, for being such an awesome platform partner for us. We have gold sponsors as Matic, Ford, Otis, Echo AR, Tezos. Then we have our silver sponsors as Clerky, Give My Certificates, Coding Blocks. Thank you so much, StreamYard, for helping us helping us conduct this event smoothly on our YouTube channels and for live streaming it. We also have our events partner, Amigos, without whom our pre-Get Set Prep series won't have been that complete and that successful. Last but not the least, you never grow alone, but always with a community. So we have our community partners as community folks, Android codes, folk developers, Microsoft Learn student ambassadors, developer student clubs, and the Girl Code. So thank you so much to all the sponsors and all the partners for being such for helping us out throughout the hack. And providing us the support we needed. Thank you. Okay. Now we'll be moving. Now we'll be moving to introducing our judges. So yeah. Okay. Our first judge is Mr. Pankaj Bindra. He's like an industrial leader in data science, analytics, and applications. He has a application management play at, he has been at Oracle, ABN, AMRO, Hewlett Packard Enterprises, DXC, United States of America, and he's also MBA. He also has an MBA from Kellogg, Northwestern Chicago. He also has his own K-12 venture. That is Global Discovery Academy, which has over 30 plus schools running around in the country, throughout the country, headquartered in Vadodara. We are very happy to have Pankaj sir here. Mohit, is Pankaj sir joining us right now?
Yeah, I am very much here. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. We are here.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. So this is a beautiful event, and I think very useful for the academia, for students to gain confidence into industry, and let us immerse ourselves into this and get the most value. I'm impressed by the projects and the people who are joining this, impressed by the sponsors and the meticulous details the organizers have put in together to launch this event. It's a marquee event. Thank you for inviting.
Thank you so much, sir. The pleasure is ours. We have our next judge as Mr. Amit. He's the founder and CEO at GMAC Intelligence. He's an alumni of NIT Nagpur and IISc Bangalore. He has over 20 plus years of experiences in leading cross-functional engineering teams on machine learning. And he has also delivered commercial grade softwares on several deep technologies like 3G, 4G, OCR, VR, femtocells with industrial leaders like Qualcomm and Nokia. It's a privilege and an honor to have you on board, sir, as our esteemed judge. Hello.
Yeah, Amit, you're on mute.
Yeah. Thanks, Pete. Thanks for the kind introduction. I would like to welcome all the participants to a great evening and fun-filled event. And hopefully, we all will learn a lot of new tech stuff today. And yeah, thanks for inviting. The organizers have been great. Have been conducting school so far, and it will go like this. And I am pretty excited to look at all the projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Hope you get to see a lot of amazing projects up here. We have our third judge and Mr. Lavish Motani. He's an engineer turned product designer. He currently works as a senior product designer at Edelweiss. So if it's anything about UI UX or product, he's a proper person to contact and to get mentored with. We are glad to have you on board, Mr. Lavish.
Thank you so much, Meet, for the introduction. I am greatly honored to participate in this event, and I wish all the participants good luck, and let's have some fun.
Sure. Okay. We have. It's a privilege to have all of our judges here, and we're looking forward for some great session. So yeah, let's get started. So coming up first, we have our first team, and let's should we wait or should we start? Okay, we'll not keep them waiting. These people are like super nervous on the backstage. So yeah, let's get started. The first team that is coming up is Team Helios, and can we have Team Helios here?
This is Aditya from Team Videos, and my teammates Abhishek and Vignesh Sundar are here too.
Awesome. Okay. So just to give you guys a quick guidelines perspective, we have Mr. Pankaj, Mr. Amit, and Mr. Lavish as our judges. They'll be evaluating you and your on your product pitch. So consider it as your startup pitch of your project. And yeah, all the very best. You'll have minimum say you'll have 2 to 4 minutes to talk about. We will give you a signal once you cross 4 minutes because we gotta have the timelines in matter as well, right? So all the very best. Looking forward.
Yeah. So good evening to everyone and the esteemed judges present here. We are very much privileged to give our project a presentation in front of the esteemed dais. So let's get into the project. The reason we took up this project is because of a problem we encountered while doing a project for blind people. In that project, we wanted to develop a dash button kind of service for their special needs, which can be integrated into a smartwatch for them. But we found that no traditional development board such as Arduino or Raspberry Pi could be used for this, as their size was too big to be integrated in a wearable form. This made us realize the wide area of exploration that could be opened up in wearable technology if development board is custom made for this purpose. After all, small projects are what become patents and then products for the general public. So creating a development board for wearable tech would not only benefit the developers, but also for the public whom developers like us try to solve problems for. So we took up the task to make a custom development board for wearable technology. We did this by integrating ESP826612E and OLED display, charger circuit and push buttons into a PCB custom designed by us and printed in Chennai. Our board expands the boundaries for any project developer who's working on wearable devices by being niche specific for wearable tech. This will make wearable devices accessible to any low-income person, specially able person, etc. Various IoT functions can be integrated into a wearable device using our board. To show the versatility of our board, we will be presenting two totally polarizing projects which have different use cases developed using our board. So let's look at the advantages of our board. Our board is wearable and extremely small in size, which makes it very easy to be integrated into smartwatch, armband, etc. It has an inbuilt charging circuit and an inbuilt flash chip. It is compatible with Arduino IDE and is extensively modifiable. It has the same firmware as a Node MCU ESP826612E, which means the same code that runs in ESP can also be run in our board. It has an inbuilt OLED display, push buttons for better user experience. It helps bring wearable technology at a very cheaper cost. So the two projects that we talked about to show the versatility of our projects are here. The first one is a Wi-Fi vulnerability tester. It is used to assess the vulnerability of Wi-Fi networks by performing two attacks, namely deauthentication attack and beacon attack. Deauthentication attack is used to disconnect people from their own Wi-Fi networks by exploiting the vulnerability in Wi-Fi protocol. The second attack is a beacon attack, which exploits the beacon frames of Wi-Fi that enables it to create numerous clones of the Wi-Fi network without its permission. These tasks will be performed by a seemingly innocent-looking smartwatch, which uses the disguise of a regular digital watch developed using a wearable board. The second project is a smartwatch that gets real-time day, date, weather, and time through NTP time server. It can also control two appliances from anywhere in the planet through internet using Blink Bridge. So that is the pitch for our project, and there are explanation videos attached. Over to you, organizers team.
Very good. Are the two projects at all? They are independent projects, right? You just chose to submit two.
Yeah, they are two independent projects, but we chose them to show the versatility. They are projects that we developed earlier in our days, and we put together the hardware in the hackathon period to show the versatility of our board. You don't do justice to the board if you are not showing from where to where the project will be, the board can be used to. It shows the range of the board.
Right. Is there any range aspect of the wearable project number one? What is the range at which? Yeah.
Yeah, so Abhishek will answer you.
Yeah, the it has a Wi-Fi chip inbuilt in it, so it's not like the normal routers we use. It has a ceramic antenna, so by guess it will go around 10 to 20 meters for vulnerability testing. The range will be around 10 to 20 meters if no walls and obstacles are there in its way.
Right. So could you state some use cases of the innovation?
Yeah, basically, like
Assuming you have come to us, assuming you have come to judges for funding and judges want to fund your venture, what is the use case?
Yeah, we have many developmental boards like Arduino and ESP. So many people use that boards to like make projects. So while we are like planning to do it for a wearable project, those boards were way too big to like used as a wearable device. So we specifically designed this board as a developmental board. So like it also uses the same firmware of the Node MCU ESP8266. So if the board can
No,
be
that is good. That's the part we liked. The part which now I'm going to taking you out of your project to the marketplace. Okay, where you're asking for money and somebody's going to make some practical value out of your innovation. So use case. Another synonym for that is business case or how to practically case study, right? So, as for example, I don't know what you're going to say, but like somebody is driving on a scooter or a motorcycle, you're wearing this and is leaving some trail behind about the vulnerable Wi-Fi's in this on this road, in this market, in these shops, right? So tell us a use case, how you are envisaging the practical use. How should someone use your innovation?
So our main pitch is not for the Wi-Fi vulnerability device. It's just a project demonstration for how our board works. Our main pitch is for the board that we have developed. The board itself, it can be used to make many projects like the Wi-Fi vulnerability testing device that we have created. The board is this. The board, like if you're asking for who our target audience are for whom we are making the board, they are for developers like us participating in hackathons and many you take many different kinds of technical competitions or not just competition. People do it for hobby to be useful to the society, to do it for an orphanage or to what do you say specially able people's home or any kind of that. To developers like that, we need to give something back. Like we are those people. We are the developers here. So we found it very difficult. We can't, for a project or for a competition, we can't spend. We don't have the budget of what a big smartwatch making company has. Like you take any MNCs, they'll make a very good. They will have very good developmental boards to make it from. So for a project purpose or for our development purposes, we are selling it to people like us, to the people who make projects and then they make it into patents and then they develop it into a product and they sell it online. It's like Arduino or Raspberry Pi, right? Like that. It's a development board.
Sure. Organizers, how are we on time? I'll just request other judges to check if they have questions.
Yeah, all right. This is Amit here. Folks, great presentation and a great idea. I mean, a development board for a wearable is a great idea. And I think it's a great way to spur innovation in the IoT space. If a board of that form factor is available to people, it can only go places. So great idea, I think. And if I understand correctly, what you guys are saying is that you have designed the board with these IoT developers in mind, so that it can be taken and kind of given to multiple people who can build products out of it, right? I mean, so a couple of questions here. I think one was regarding the use case number one. I didn't quite understand that use case. Like who is gonna be attacking the Wi-Fi network, and what's the end goal there? I mean, could you answer?
Yeah, actually, the thing is that many people think like Wi-Fi is secure and all, but the protocol which it uses, the 802.11 protocol, which it uses, has some vulnerabilities in the management frames. So we will be exploiting the management frames. Since our board has a Wi-Fi, it also has the TCP and IP stacks. So it works as the normal phone. If the Wi-Fi chip is in this phone or the laptop, it's going to work in the same way. So it's going to perform the same task. So Actually, we got this idea from the software, the aircraft engine suite.
So Anil,
So it
I understand. I think my question is very specific that, let's say if I had to sniff Wi-Fi networks, I have a smartphone which already has, let's say, some sort of, a Wi-Fi capabilities in it, and I could write an Android application to do that. Now, in a wearable form factor, how is this capability useful, right? I mean, that was your first use case, so you
yeah,
got a pack punch in it, right? So that's
yeah.
what I'm trying to get at. I'm sure you guys have some reasoning behind it. I'm just trying to get to it. Like, why would uh, you know a Wi-Fi, let's say, sniffer in that form factor would be appealing to people, right?
No, the thing is that
Unless I'm missing something, yeah. Okay.
the it was the use case to show the versatility of our board. So the instead of using to uh, okay.
So, okay.
The main reason for that project we selected, the Wi-Fi vulnerability project, is that because once a lot of smart cities are developed, there'll be inevitable, public Wi-Fi will become inevitable. So anybody who like business people like you go sit in a Starbucks and you start using the public Wi-Fi, you can't be that sure of whether the Wi-Fi is safe or not. Anybody using that same network could access the data from your laptop or anything that you are developing, and they can steal your data. So to quickly make sure that the Wi-Fi that you're accessing is safe, and the packet is a packet. It also, the watch also has a packet monitor. You can monitor the packets that have been transferred. You
Okay,
can just
cool.
quickly make sure the public Wi-Fi that you are using is safe or not.
Okay, cool. And what was the second use case?
The second use case is a simple IoT based smartwatch. So it has a Wi-Fi chip in it. So it connects to the NTP server to get the time, date, and day. And we also integrated with the Yahoo Weather API to get the temperature
Got
readings
it.
in our
So,
city.
so if I had to build a watch like that, how much would be the cost? I'm just, this is my last question.
Okay. Actually, we ordered around like 5 PCBs for 600. But if we are like going for mass manufacturing, the PCBs are gonna cost around only 10 or 20 rupees per PCB. Since uh, the PCB size is too small, it's gonna cost only that much. And the components we are using, if you are buying it in bulk, it's gonna cost around only 200 to 300. So I think within 500 we can make this developmental goal.
I think that makes it a viable product. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually 500 is a long shot. It actually costs way lesser than that if you are manufacturing it not for us. And the board can be made way smaller in size if you have a better PCB designers than us, and we'll be very much happy to have them on board. And more than that, the smartwatch that Abhishek was talking, like the basic IoT smartwatch, it also has dash buttons. Like you can use them to control appliances from anywhere in the world, and those buttons can be used for any project, any number of work. Such as you can program it in such a way that when you're going home from work, you quickly need a shawarma at home before you get there. You just press a button which has a pre-programmed task of ordering your favorite flavor of shawarma at a given time, and they deliver it at your house before you get. You don't have to call, you don't have to place the order, you don't have to go through the menu. You just know what you will make, like what's your favorite flavor. You will have it programmed in the watch. You press a button, it just places the order for you. It's just one of the use cases. It's n number of opportunities.
Yeah, I mean that's great, and that too at 500 rupees. I think it's steal.
Yeah,
Yeah, good luck,
absolutely.
guys.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, judges. So we are running out of time for the other teams. So I would request that you have made your final decisions, and we would be requesting the other team to join in soon. And Team Helios, you could leave right now. Thank you very much. You guys did an amazing job.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great one, Team Helios. So, we hope that the first one was a great start. And yes, so now coming up next is Team Autocorrect. The team name is they're like we'll autocorrect your decisions, and we'll be on the spot on going right through our project. So yeah, welcome on board Team Autocorrect. do we have team autocorrect here? Hello, team autocorrect.
Yeah, we are here. Yeah.
Awesome. Before we start, we'll just give you a disclaimer alert about the timelines, because we have 15 teams, so we have to make sure that our timelines are met properly, and we also have to make sure that our judges' timelines are met properly as well. So you'll be getting 2 to 4 minutes max to present your pitch, and then we'll be having a 5 to max 6 minutes Q&A round with the judges. So yeah, all the very best. Yeah,
Okay,
let's start
thank
now.
you. Okay, good evening, judges. So our idea is basically revolving around how we can automate the process of correcting papers. So each semester or each, term, we have so many papers to correct for teachers. So what we are trying to do is basically automate that. Right. So my teammates Burrell and Anirudh will be starting with the introduction.
All right. Hi guys. I will just share my screen and we will begin with the presentation. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, Anirudh, your screen is visible.
All right, Aditya, go. I'm sorry, is Aditya not here? Okay, it looks
Aditya,
like
are you
Aditya's...
here?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
Is this Aditya? Okay, yeah, go ahead, Aditya.
Okay. So hello everyone. This is autocorrect. Our application aims to perform rapid automated evaluation of answer scripts. So as we all know, there's a tremendous number of papers which are present every examination. If you take the board examination into view, sometimes teachers have to correct over 100 papers every day. And this is a very physically tiring task. So we want to basically automate this entire process and speed up this entire process. So it not only leads to fast evaluation, but also lessens the burden that these teachers have. Now, we all know that the future lies in automation and machine learning. So we believe that autocorrect can actually automate this entire process very smoothly, and it will also lead to more standardized evaluations to take place. So autocorrect has two major segments, the first one being image processing and the second one being natural language processing. Ansh will now talk about the image processing part.
Yeah. So basically the image processing part takes care of extracting the text from the handwritten text saved as an image or a PDF. So this is an integral part, as we have to make sure the text is extracted with as much accuracy as possible, because even the slightest error can impact the grading. To do this, we first crop out each word by converting the image to a grayscale image and then finding the first and last pixel of each word. Now for each cropped out word, we pass it through a simple OCR model which converts the image to text. This way we get the whole answer, which is then passed to the NLP pipeline for evaluation.
And now we've come to the beginning of the natural language processing part. So we take the pre-processed input answer, which is from the student, and the answer keys answer, and we convert them to the respective knowledge graphs. So a knowledge graph is a representation of text that describes the concepts as well as the relations between them. So rather than having just the text which only describes the semantic intent, we have both the semantic intent as well as the logical structure of the text stored in this data structure. Based on the structure of this graph, we can divide it further into subparts known as segments. There's a division we can do based on whether a node in a graph corresponds to either a main point of the answer or a subpoint of a main point of the answer. And of course, need to be able to compare 2 points within the answer key's answer and the student's answer. So for this purpose, we use pre-trained word embedding models that we train using the domain knowledge, using text from domain knowledge. And we use these to compare the semantics of two nodes.
Now that we have graphs, knowledge graphs of both the model answer and the test answer, we need some way to evaluate it and give a final score for the answer. So the graphs are compared at segment level using cosine similarity, using the language model mentioned previously. So a segment, as mentioned previously, is basically a main point and all the surrounding nodes that are the subpoints and the relations between them. So the relations basically represent the connections, that is how the main point is connected to the subpoint. And all the main points, the subpoints and the relations are compared sequentially. So this allows us for a check on not only the concept, but also the structure of the concept represented, which means basically this allows us to check for exact matches for entities such as keywords, whereas allowing for slight changes in like sentence structure and ordering of sentences and other such grammatical differences. So finally, once we obtain a score for each of these segments, we just linearly combine them with some sort of weight to obtain the final score for the answer. Now we'll just go into a quick demonstration of our project. So this is the simple GUI that we have to present our project. So first, as sanity check, I will just use the same answer as both the key and the model answer. This question is evaluated out of 4 marks. That's what we have set. So you can see that it is scored at 4 marks. Now the second answer is basically, it contains all the points of the first answer, but it is slightly paraphrased. The exact words used are slightly different and the order of points are different. And we can see that it is graded at 3.5 marks. This third one, it has the exact same structure as the original answer, but it has one missing point. And we can see that this too is graded at 3.5 marks. Finally, we give a completely unrelated answer. And we can see that this is graded really low as expected at 0.5 marks. So yes, that is the end of our presentation, and we are open for questions now.
I believe one of the judges is an expert in this area. You want to go first? Or I can give a start. So this is good. How do you train the models? So is it, Amit, do you want to go first, or? You are on mute, Amit.
Amit sir, you are on mute.
Yeah, sure. No, Pankaj, go ahead actually.
Okay.
I'll follow you.
A couple of questions, right? How do you train the model? And is it the training itself is automated, or is there any manual intervention required? Because the end audience are just educators or professors or lecturers or exam, they are not going to sit and, so how do you take care of that part first?
Right, sir. So for the OCR part, so what we are using is something called IAM dataset, which has a number of characters and different handwritings. So we are training our model on that. And what we do is we save the checkpoints and the whole model in a file. So when we again have to predict each word, we just use the save model, which saves us time. So if we are not retraining it or reevaluating it, we just use the save model, which has been trained on IAM dataset and has been given a good accuracy to us. And for
Second
NLP, I
question.
think Anirudh will continue.
Yeah. You want to add something
Yeah.
from NLP?
Aditya, you can.
Yeah. So the NLP part is actually simpler compared to the image processing part, mainly for the reason it is dynamic in nature. So it does not require any kind of model. All it does require is one model answer to be fed in. So as Anirudh showed, he used a machine learning question. So basically, all you need to pass in is the answer key for an answer, and it constructs the knowledge graph on it, and it just proceeds with it. In this case, the assumption here is that the answer key being fed in is the actual answer key. And when educators, as you said, will be using this, the assumption is they will feed in the right answer as the answer key. So there is no model; it works dynamically. The one way educators can try to improve the performance is adding on contextual knowledge. Adding on contextual knowledge is also very simple. There is a very small script that does it. All they have to do is like pass in their textbook as an argument, and it automatically builds the knowledge from the textbook. It uses the concept of word embeddings to generate contextual information and store it.
And is this entirely for the abstracts that are written, right? It's not for the, obviously it's not for the
mathematical based questions.
Yeah, for the Boolean questions, right?
Yeah. Thing is, MCQs are easy to correct, so we don't really need to worry about them. The only
Yeah.
issues are in small subjective type of questions.
What about some
Your
diagrams and all that are drawn in the answers? How do you handle
yes,
that?
yeah, that's the only thing that does not handle. This one only handles subjective answer scripts. So basically,
Subjective narrations only.
yes, narrations only.
Very good. Amit, you have any questions?
Yeah, sure. Just a
Lavish?
couple of comments. I think a great presentation, guys, and I think it was kind of clearly separated into the different modules. So I have two questions. One on the business front, right? So who's your target, right? I mean, are you targeting college? Are you targeting schools? Are you targeting vernaculars? Are you targeting English, right?
Okay. See, thing is, since we are targeting mainly subjective type questions, we believe that schools will be the primary target. They will not have too many diagrams or mathematical based answers. So, especially if you consider, let's say, junior schools, you might be able to target a better audience there because most of their questions will be, subjective based. Apart from that, if you consider other venues such as colleges, then even the subjects which have only subjective based questions, those can be done. So what happens is, even though cannot completely replace a system because diagrams, there's maths, there's a lot of other things involved. It will definitely reduce the time regardless of which stage in education you're using it in. So
Sure, sure. Yeah, so I
we
think
can
you answered my question. So the second question I have is, in terms of problems, what kind of problems did you face? Did you try it on handwritten text? Because I am assuming that most of the answers would be handwritten, right? And so people have different fonts, people have different,
Right, sir.
handwriting style.
So on the image processing part, right now, what we have taken constraints as that the answer is on a A4 sheet, which is unruled.
Mhm.
Because
Okay.
as soon as we bring in rule sheets, if we go for image processing by converting the image to grayscale, it will also pick up those lines, and the whole word recognition will go haphazard. So that's one point where we can improve by including the rule sheets also. But right now, that's only A4 sheet.
No, no. My question is different. I'm saying what kind of different fonts, right? I mean, are you looking at
Right,
handwritten stuff? See, you
right.
can always remove lines from an image. I think that's an easy problem to solve. You guys
Yeah,
just solved OCR. I mean, removing lines is easy problem. Or what I'm
yeah,
asking is, different people have different handwriting styles. Are you able
right.
to run
Yes, sir.
OCR on those styles? Did you test it on
Yes.
Uh,
So
yeah.
basically, the IM dataset itself has a lot of fonts and different handwriting styles. So because we
Okay.
have trained our model on that, so it's giving us good results.
No, okay, but the thing is, you always have to test it on a set which is outside the training set, right?
Right,
So,
sir.
like, you write something and then you'd see,
Yes,
did you
sir.
guys
I
try it out
actually
on-
wrote a A4
Yeah.
answer on my own and then tested it.
Okay, good, good. So, please include that in your presentation next time you do that. I think it's more effective,
Right, sir.
like handwritten and then
Yes,
use the
sir.
OCR. Yeah.
yes.
And
What are
the
the
other thing,
false positives and yeah, go ahead. Go
yeah.
ahead, Amit. Yeah.
No, no, go ahead. I think that's a good question. Yeah, please go ahead.
What how many false positives are there?
Okay. In terms of false positives, so we have generally erred on the side of allocating more marks in case of ambiguity, because there are certain issues when generating the graphs. Uh, some so for example, when you take two words which have the same meaning but are not exactly the same word, right? So the semantic similarity will give a score which is very close to one but not exactly one, and in those cases you get an embedding that is like around zero point 0.9 or zero point 0.8, and when we take that, it sort of reduces the marks slightly, although that it should have been allocated one. For example, if it was manually corrected, it might have been one. So for example, those are cases where we might get some false positives, since we have taken some measures to err on the side of allocating slightly more marks rather than less marks in such cases.
And so, one more comment here. So,
Right. So
usually,
from rollout perspective, yeah. Uh,
no, no, go
just
ahead, go
one
ahead.
follow-up question on this.
Yeah.
So from
Yes.
rollout perspective, to make it practically usable, either you got to make the false positive zero or the false negative zero, one of the two, so that some kind of manual audit or some human review they can configure their thinking, look for wrong and make them right, or look for right and make them wrong, right? So look for
Yes,
false
sir.
right or false routes.
Yeah, that's a
Otherwise,
great
it is
Yes.
very
comment.
difficult to think both the sides, right?
Yes, sir. I believe in our model, between the two, reducing the false negatives is going to be much easier than reducing the false positives because of the nature of the problem. So I think we can work towards doing that.
Beautiful.
And just one comment: did
Sorry,
you guys
over to you,
use
Amit.
any sort of dictionary? In the context of the questions being asked. I mean, you can always do that, right?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What did you say?
No, to improve the accuracy or efficacy of OCR, did you guys use any dictionary based method for based on the key answers, the words in the key answers?
No, see, the semantic checking is actually being performed by the word embeddings themselves. And as it was shown in the slide, these embeddings are actually trained on the contextual knowledge of that particular subject. So there is one large model being used which handles the overall structure of sentences, and it is further fine-tuned on contextual information, which is contained in the books for that.
Yeah, no,
So
this is between. So what I was referring is somewhere in between. I think after OCR and before the context is made, you can still do some corrections on a
oh
dictionary
yeah.
level.
You mean the spellings and the
Yeah,
mis
yeah, yeah.
ones? Yeah. So there is a basic spell checker which is there after the image processing part.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
It removes all, sometimes it kind of predict symbols like symbols which cannot actually occur in particular question, like maybe hashtags or the at the rate symbol. So it removes symbols such as those before producing, proceeding to the NLP part.
All right.
Yes. And so apart from doing this basic spell checking, we've also done something called co-referencing, which is basically like converting all the mentions of pronouns like I, you, me, it, for example, to their corresponding noun forms. So basically makes it easier to match both the answers. If the key answer suppose contains a pronoun, but the uh, student's answer does not, then we always run into a source of conflict there. So we do this co-referencing step to ensure that both of them are consistent with each other. So that's
Okay,
one
and so
extra
in
step
your
we have.
opinion, what is harder? I mean, is the OCR harder or the NLP part harder? Eh,
Uh,
So I think
well,
because each of us worked on our own domains, like,
Yeah.
so each of us will
We are
feel
going
that
to
ours was easier.
yeah. But then, sir,
Okay,
it is
guys,
true that
sorry to interrupt, but your
yeah.
time is up, and there are other teams waiting in the line to get their chance to present. You guys did a pretty great job. It was a great project. Uh, so yeah, we would be uh, uh, feel free to leave the stream right now, and we would be getting back to you shortly with the results and
Practically very
everything. Thank
useful.
you. Yeah.
Congratulations.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you all.
Yeah, great effort, guys.
That was really a great, awesome application, and yeah, we have a great set of projects coming up again in the lineup, and the next team that is coming up is Team Nakama. So they're coming up with something called as a new way to collaborate. I'm really excited because when I saw this project and this
Yes.
abstract, I was like, this is something
Meet,
this is
give us
really going to
about
be.
10 seconds. Give us about 10 seconds before we start. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, sure, sir. So so I just read about Team Nakama's abstract, and yeah, I'm super looking up for this because we all have been facing these issues. So yeah, go ahead, go ahead. All the very best, team.
Thank you.
Hi, judges. My name is Prithvi.
Varun. Uh,
Yes, guys, you're audible. Please go ahead.
yeah, fine. Prithvi, should we start it?
Yeah, let's start.
Okay, fine.
Other two members of our team are not there. We'll hope that they hop on the call.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is Team Nakama from PES University, and we are here to showcase our web application. So the problem statement. What we wanted to solve is that university students find a hard time forming teams, which consist of members who are skilled in a particular technology or field. Hypotheses. Initially, we asked our friends and our classmates, but many a times they were not able to find suitable teammates in their immediate vicinity.
So let's speak about like the actual experience here, right? So during the COVID-19 crisis, I myself have been spending time learning technologies like machine learning, web development, blockchain, stuff like this. And after learning these, we find like really cool ideas and innovative ideas to work on. But we don't really find skilled teammates who can help us make these projects a reality. Like I asked my friend circle, but either they've not learned the same skills, they've not watched the same courses, or they're too busy to work on the project with us. So we go on sites like Reddit, or we go out to groups like on WhatsApp, but we don't really get adequate responses there, and there's a trust factor there as well. So we end up kind of giving up on the project due to lack of teammates, and this is very disappointing in the 21st century because there are millions of students around the globe who have these skills, but they can't really connect with us. So this is what we wanted to solve in this hackathon, and this is our solution, right? We wanted to create a web platform where students can post their ideas for personal projects and some skills required to build them. And then our platform connects these users with other students who are skilled in these technologies. So if you're posting a project, you can filter which users you want to work with based on their profile, their previous projects, and a rating system kind of describing how effective that person was in the previous project. Also, students around the world can work on interesting projects, and they can work, like learn different skills from their newly formed teammates. You could also improve your communication skills and your task management skills by building these innovative projects. So let's just show a small demo. So this is our landing page. It's called Nakama because Nakama means friend or teammate or comrade in Japanese, right? So first off, we have a nice, beautiful blue gradient at the top, and then we have a list of trending projects. So here you have a list of trending projects with a small description as well as a title for the project, and it has the technologies used to build this particular project on the left hand side. On the right hand side, we have a skill grid, and here you can actually click on one of these these links, and it sends you to a link where you can learn this particular technology. In the future, we would actually like to have like personalized courses where we ourselves or like hire people to teach these particular technologies. So we can obviously upvote and send a request, but first let's go sign in. So when you go and sign in, let's just put in our default username and password. It takes you to the dashboard. And here, if you click on your profile picture to the top right, you can see your dashboard with your active projects, the projects you worked on or you're currently working on, as well as requests which other users have sent to, which are requesting that I want to participate and work with you on your project, right? So they have a small comment that like why they want to work on you with the project, as well as their username, as well as the title, right? And now what you can do is you can actually accept it or you can reject it. Yeah. So now let's go back to the landing page. Yeah, so let's just show you a small demo. So now that we're logged in, we can actually upvote if we like a particular comment. So music genre classification looks interesting. Let's upvote that. And then let's write a small comment. Hi, I'm interested in working with you on this project. Yeah, that's fine. And now you can submit it, and that will go to the other users' request list on their dashboard. Now, if you want to post a project, you can go to your dashboard, and there's a plus icon to the left, and you can click on that, and you get a small form where you can actually put in, different project titles that you want. So let's say I want to work on sentiment analysis using some type of neural network. And for now, let's just keep a project link as empty, but you can put a GitHub repo if you want. And you can put prerequisite skills. So let's say, PyTorch, as well as, NumPy or Pandas or anything like that. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's enough. And then you can put tags, machine learning, software development, tags like that. That will also help like users find these particular, actually find these particular projects. Now you can put a project image as a cover image. And once you submit that, you'll be redirected back to your dashboard. And it takes a while for our database to manage that. So once you go down and you see the bottom of the trending page, you can now see we have sentiment analysis, which is posted. And right, so now other users can actually request and they can upvote. And we've created a small type of a social media platform within projects itself. So we really want to accelerate the growth of online education, and that is core in project building. So that was our idea for this project, and it's obviously like trying to solve a real issue that we face ourselves. So let's just quickly go back to the slide. The slide. So just want to mention our business model idea, right? So we had kind of two ideas. The main business model is a freemium model. So keep in mind that this is all in the future. We don't have everything implemented here. But what we would like is to have a couple of cool free features, and then some really interesting ones that people might be able to might want to pay for. So on free side, we can have like a number of team members limited to 3, number of active projects limited to 3, and then you have complete post a project and request like participation in a project functionality. On the paid side, we can have a full workplace integration, right? So you'll have team members is unlimited, active projects is unlimited. You have complete text, voice, and video chat, and you can start and end the whole project on our platform. Yeah, so this is our group members. I'm Prithvi, Satvik and Spandan are on the call as well, and Varun is handling the presentation. Thank you.
Before the judges have any comment, this is something I want to talk about. So this is they literally made community come over on as a platform here and find your ideal teammate kind of a thing. And with that, the design, wow. Lavish, any comments on the design here?
Good job, guys. I think one of the first things that I want to ask you guys is what, because I was able to see two kinds of focus over here. One is getting in touch with other people on the project, and the second one, which I think was on your business model, was the integration of workspace. So my question here would be, what is the primary focus that you want? I mean, do you want people to come together on your platform and then take their project up ahead in whatever workspace they have? Or you want the workspace integration
time
to
is
happen
a scarce resource, right? So we had 24 hours. We built like the marketplace itself. So a supplier who wants to find a project, who wants to give a project idea and get people on board, and other people who are looking for projects as like kind of the demand, right? But in the future, as I mentioned in the business model, we would want to have a complete workspace. So that's how we would actually monetize the platform, because we can't really develop for free, right? So that's one way to kind of monetize it. But our main idea right now, we realize the problem is that we want to create, a marketplace where two different people from around the globe who know the same technology, are skilled in that technology, can actually, come together on one platform, at least meet each other, and maybe they can work on GitHub for now. Maybe later we'll be able to scale the platform up. But right now, we're focusing on just the marketplace.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, great effort, guys. This is Amit here. Great presentation as well. I have a couple of questions. I think it is a unique idea and a unique niche that you have found in terms of making this project social and getting all the interns and students in the same platform. So my only comment is, it seems very viable from a business point of view. Have you guys considered talking to someone like Internshala, who already have millions of students, and where you can increase the engagement on their platform by providing, let's say, backend integration or something like what you guys are doing?
I've thought about looking into going to different, like GitHub, for example, could use this, and like communities like LinkedIn with specific communities of students could have used this. So there are many places. I've personally not looked at the particular company you're talking about, but yeah, we would. I'm sure we would be ready to work with them. Yeah.
Cool. And so how do you do all your web development? I mean, where are you hosting all this website?
So we have hosted it on Vercel. Our client is on Vercel. Our backend server, which we made with Express.js, is on Heroku. And our database, we're using MongoDB. And that's also deployed in a service called Atlas. That's also on the cloud.
All right. Very cool. That's all I had. Pankaj, you want to go next?
Good. I can see there is a need, and it's coming obvious from you all felt restless. But what are the practical problems you see in making this idea big?
Yeah. So I mean, it's
academia. Let me hear from you. What are the practical problems you have thought through?
What I think, as soon as I think of it, is like when you think of social media, right? It's all about network effects. The value of the product increases as the number of users increases. and it increases almost exponentially. So you see this in Facebook, LinkedIn, all these websites.
Catch
And this is
22 problem.
essentially,
Yeah, that's the catch
essentially,
22. What else?
yeah, so we need to really have good growth, right? We need to have a lot of people joining the platform fast, and we need to make sure that we retain these users, because that's very important. If they all leave,
The solution is very well articulated by Amit, that you start with a place which is big enough so you solve the catch 22 problem. What's the second barrier you're able to think through?
Another thing, many students
Go
are
on,
not very comfortable sharing the entire project idea. So maybe they'll just specify what they're interested to work in, and then people will have to see that and then join the team. So that could be an initial problem, but as people start using the platform, I think people get more comfortable with sharing their project ideas.
Right. So, things start small, but before you know, it becomes big, it becomes important. And then it derails if you're not thought through it, right? End to end. Like intellectual property is born in some of these projects. Who is the owner of that IP, right? Have you thought through about some of these items? Fundings often, whether you know it or not, fine day somebody shows up with money, right? So some of the legal entity aspect, nothing can be done in business unless you have defined the legal entity. So what else have you thought through? Other barriers. And
I would like to continue with Spandan's idea with the aspect of like trust factor as well, right? Like if I want to work on a project with Varun, for example, I know him, I've been friends with him for a year, I know what technologies he knows, I know he's not lying as well. So that's like complete trust I have in him. But if you're actually kind of creating a marketplace of random people, one small issue you might face is that there's no quality control. So anyone can come and post a request and I can join him in my team and stuff.
Right. So I was hoping that you would have thought through some AI, some ML, where you are predicting the chances of this particular person's track record being good. It's not necessarily a general rating how others have rated him. It's even about certain type of projects and certain type of social circle or affinity that they come with leads to best of this person, right? There is no good or bad human being. It's about the fit. So some predictor of fit for every new addition. So your job of filtering through 20,000 people becomes done. You have 5 or 10 more, 5 or 10 to choose from, guided by the AI, right? Something on that line. Okay. Third, do the universities allow this kind of projects where there are team members from far-fetched places, not from your university?
This particular platform is mainly meant for like engineers who code for fun and who build even like electronics for fun, who design for fun, right? If you're a designer, you can use this as well. It's not specifically
but they are still
meant.
Students.
Yeah,
so if that is the case, how is it different? Yeah. So if that is the case, it's not for students for academic projects, then how is it different from the industry guys? That seems like an industry launch.
No, what we thought is that we are having this problem. We are students. We want to work on really cool projects. We take courses for like 45 hours or something like that, and then we don't really have a way to find new people who are also skilled in that technology, who can teach us something. Maybe we can teach them something. For us, when we think of academic projects, we think of very constrained environments when like you have a deadline. Obviously, a deadline is important, but it's very constrained. There's less freedom and there's less time to kind of experiment and innovate. Go on, Varun.
Yeah, no, but in
my concern, I know time is up. Yeah, I know the time is up, but my concern is that students are also very busy these days. They have a lot to study. They have GMAT, GRE exams to study. On top of it, they have academic projects where they have to score, right? Plus, they have their interview schedules with the on-campus thing. I don't know how much they can maximize upon this fun project for the heck of it, which they are doing over and above all these things. And also, they have a very, very highly pronounced life in the campus. It's not only academics and projects. They have a proper.
I understand your concerns, sir, a lot. I can understand that, especially like if you're in fourth year, third year. But I mean, look at us, right? We're all participating in this hackathon, all for fun because we love coding and we just want to, make cool websites. And that's kind of the niche market. I understand it's a small market.
Let's call it also resume building. Let's call it also
that
as
was,
experience building, resume building, career
and
building. Okay.
yeah, even our platform would actually like help you build projects, and projects also help you get into companies through your resume, right? So I mean, it's
Right.
not
So
obviously
that
focused
is
on that.
how you
Yeah.
should position the platform, right? So I am
Yes, sir.
impressed by the opportunity that you have cited. I'm not impressed by uh, how you are marketing it. You guys are great technologists, and you have to learn a bit about marketing. So as you market the value this way, like let's hop on together so we ride on great career tracks that we want to be where we love by the experience go, by building many projects, doing things during academia, which suddenly makes us look like experienced hire, not like a just somebody who has studied some books and done some academic code, but who has done something they can present in the interview. They can run those apps. I have made this, something like that. So as you position it like that, then suddenly, wow, everybody wants to be on this, right? And then by the community learning, your struggle is also learn less and you learn very fast. So very good. We'll stop here. Great opportunity, a bit of marketing, but that's okay. That requires experience, but definitely very, very good work. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks
sir.
a lot, sir.
Thank
We'll
you,
take
guys.
your
All the
we'll
best.
take your advice,
Thank you.
definitely. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
It was an awesome one. All the very best. We would request you to leave this team so that the next team can hop in. Yeah. We would request the judges to keep scoring as well, side by side. Yeah. So coming up next is Team Jam, and so this is going to be an interesting one for the ML
Can you
enthusiasts.
can you
And,
quickly repeat, Meet? Can you repeat the name of the previous team?
previous team is Nakama, Team Nakama.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So coming up next is Jam, where they're going to be. This is a team that is going to be showcasing a project that is going to be very interesting for ML enthusiasts. So I guess Amit sir and Pankaj sir are going to get a great discussion ahead. All the very best. Yeah.
All right. Shall I just start sharing my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Is the presentation visible?
Yes,
Your presentation
okay,
is
awesome. Perfect. All right. So first up, I would like to thank the judges for giving the time, and inGenius for giving us the opportunity, and Team Jam for having the time throughout the night to work on our idea Jamel. My name is Abhilash. I'm currently a 5th SEM computer science engineering student. Alongside me are Manali Tanna and Janvi Srinivasan. Both are in their 3rd semester, also pursuing computer science engineering. So let's look a bit into what we're going to be covering through the rest of the presentation. For that, I'd like Janvi to take over.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through today's agenda. First, we're going to see what is the problem, what is the issue, and we're going to walk you through the solution for it. And then next, we're going to talk about how we are implementing it. And then we're going to talk about how our solution is different from the rest. So for the problem statement, I'm going to talk to you about my own experience when I was relatively new to this field of data science. The learning process was pretty slow and I didn't have any chance to practically apply my understanding of the subject or to experiment with the data. Our application provides a help for students who want to increase their understanding and get a practical knowledge of the subject, and also for those people who don't have any prior coding knowledge but still want to understand the workflow of data science. Now I would like Abhilash to take you through the solution.
All right. In a way, our web application kind of relates to AutoML, but we have seen that there are many auto machine learning applications where people who are relatively new or even with experience can import a few modules and write one line of code, and boom, you have a model, right? But you do realize how tiresome the process is, especially for someone who really is interested in learning data science and machine learning, right? So that's where we come in. We support open source, so all the code that we have written to create this web application has been open source, and we have a beautiful UI where Python comes into the play over here. And our web application basically helps you to automate all the data analytics tasks as well as the data science and machine learning workflow. And you might be thinking, okay, Fine. Seems a little bit familiar, Microsoft Azure, GCP. But we will have Manali explain to you what it is that differentiates us from things that actually might represent what we are doing.
Okay, as Abhilash said, we know what the solution is. But some of you might raise questions that such applications already exist, Python frameworks, AutoML, etc., etc. But what makes our application unique? It's plain and simple. Anyone, anywhere with internet connection and a laptop can use our application. Now, whether it's a businessman whose boss is behind him for some data analytics or a student just doing some kind of a project, our application will be a unique, one stop, hassle free solution for everyone. Imagine a situation where a student was taught the concept of data visualization in class. He can now instantly open the website and see everything that was taught practically. And to explain the application in a little bit more detail, Abhilash will be taking over.
Right. Basically, what we have done is we have used Streamlit to act as a user interface. Alongside this, we have basically generalized the coding aspects and workflow of every data analytics task, such as data cleaning, data visualization, data viewing, and moving on to in data science and machine learning, we have your normalizing, standardizing, your any data science and machine learning model out there. It basically automates the entire flow without having to code anything. Everything is GUI based, so not even a single letter has to be coded out. And what we have done through the course of the hackathon, and what our future timeline is, we would have Janvi and Manali taking over from the same.
So in the 24 hours, we first found out what is the basis of our problem, and we went through all the aspects and did a deep analysis of what is the problem, and then we formulated the very simple idea, and then we got a proof of concept for that. So that's what we did in the 24 hours.
So, given the time constraint, we could only solve a few issues that we've talked about. Now, moving on to the next steps, we will be talking about the final integration of data cleaning and ML, like how to make our website perfect. And then we'll expand usages of our application to many more things. And then we will push it onto the public for everybody to use. We will now move on to the next slide.
Right. Towards the end of the presentation, I'll give you a small demo of maybe one or two of our web pages. But if you have a look at our homepage, this is a brief description of what our homepage would look like. On the left side, we have the available pages. That is what the user can use, such as data view, your exploratory data analysis, cleaning the data, model training, as well as predicting. In every web page, you will have a glimpse, as you can see in the middle, and basically what that web page is all about. And on the top, you have an uploading file where you can upload your data set, and worry not, once you upload it, it is cached into your memory and can be used through all the web pages. And we have entirely built this on Streamlit, and using invite only, we got a platform where we could actually deploy our application, where we will show you in the demo. We thank you for your time, and we are open for your questions. Before that, I would like to show a demo, if that's all right. So is this screen visible? Is the application visible?
Yes, Abhilash, it's visible.
Perfect. So basically, I've taken a simple data set. Don't mind the movie. I was passing some time. But yeah, we have the Indian liver patient data set over here. So as you see, as soon as you upload the data set, you have what the thing can do, what the web application can do, and little bit fun-filled animation here, right? And coming to the data view, basically it automatically reads the data that is passed, and you can go through the entire data set. And all of this happens at the click of a button, right? You can show dimensions of the data, be it your row, column, and at the same time, you can view the entire data summary of your data set. Coming to, let's take another example where exploratory data analysis. Basically, all the user has to do is select what plot he wants, what he wants as his x-axis and his y-axis, and what he would like as a variable of the legend. And this automatically creates a plot for him. Like, for example, say I wanted to see gender against total proteins. This would create it on basis of my legend as albumin. And the user can expand, see it, and most of all, he can also save this as an SVG and a PNG file locally onto his system, right? As you can see here. Now, after this is done, so these are still in the works, as we have mentioned, which is there in our future plans as a cleaning data and model training. And this is where we have gone so far. And this is a small demo that we wanted to show. And now we are open to any questions that might come on this. Thank you.
Yeah, great tool, guys. I think you should have started with the tool first. The presentation would have been more, helpful. But anyways, I think so. So the crux of your website, like what is the technology behind it, right? I mean, are
Yes,
you guys
exactly.
using
So we
pandas,
have
data frames?
the
What are
entire
you?
backend. We have written a generalized code that, on basis of the user's inputs, it extracts that part of the code that actually needs to be executed because we made it modular. And basically, it all works on Pandas, NumPy, scikit-learn, and all the modules which are required for pre-processing and for model creation.
All right, great. And so one thing I observed is that this is like very text specific things. I mean, how about like most of my data is always images, right, or videos, or
Correct, correct.
maybe
So
text.
this was
How
an
do you
idea
plan
that
to?
Yes, this was an idea that we started about 4-5 months ago, but never had a plan, because the first step that we wanted to take was to find out whether there is a consumer base for it. I think that's the first step for any idea. We talked to many friends, many colleagues, many teachers, and they told that something like this would actually help. Now, the basic data sets that are given to people who are starting out in the industry to understand the workflow in data science and machine learning are these typical structured data. So we thought, just to get a proof of concept working, we would like to implement this and see if it works. And in the future run, we would like to expand this to images and maybe unstructured data later on. So for proof of concept, we have used the structured data to see whether it actually works. Sorry for that. Yeah.
And so, are there tools? I mean, for analyzing this already existing? Like,
Yes, sir.
why do people
So,
upload their data to a website? No, I mean, why not use like a application and a tool which can do all of this?
yes. So the reason why we created this is basically, we could say it's for newbies who wants to understand the workflow. Now the existing tools that are out there, and most predominantly you have Microsoft Azure. By creating pipelines, you can have your model ready. GCP does this. But at the end of the day, it's very expensive, and for someone who's relatively new, Microsoft Azure also needs like hundreds of certifications to be completely professional in that specific cloud platform. We are providing this as a way for students, colleagues, and business professionals who are switching from one stream towards data science and are relatively new to use this platform and learn how the workflow of data science is by actually applying it, right? And this is second thing is, it is completely open sourced. So basically, in case say the user wants to see, okay, fine, I got this visualization, let me see what the code is for that specific
Yeah.
visualization. Yes, sir.
And no, so one quick question. I think we're running out of time.
Sure, sir, no problem.
So I think the data viewing part you showed in the demo, but how about the training? I mean, you had a radio button for training as well. Like, what do you do there?
Which, sir? Where, sir?
In your website, you had
Yes, yes.
radio button for training as well, right? Like,
No, in data view.
uh-huh.
Data view, it was for dimensions of data. We had radio buttons to see the rows and columns, the number of
So
rows and
do
number of
you
columns.
have anything on automating training, like using the data?
Yes. So in the part which I told, clean data and model training part, we have the backend ready. Due to time constraints, we couldn't integrate it with the front end. We have the backend ready. So basically, what this will do is the user can upload the training data. He can select what model he wants to use and what is his target, and it will automatically create the model for the respective algorithm. And the user will also have a choice to hyper tune the model in case he wants more effective model out of the training.
All right, cool, very cool. Thank you.
So my question to you is something that you kind of answered in the Q&A, but not in the presentation, which is
Sure.
how are you positioning this? If it is a college utility, then it is a college utility.
Correct.
Right. Then you're not really in this event to create some business value, commercial value for yourself, for your own lives, right? But this is a very, very high profile event. We are looking
Correct.
at future innovations happen here with great value.
Correct.
Now you are competing head on with AutoML players. Some of them have $500 million cash in their balance sheet.
Correct.
And you're taking head on with them. That is the problem. So in that case, you answered that indirectly that it's open source. Sure.
Correct.
But even in the open source, there has to be some way to differentiate yourself so we can keep it free.
Correct.
Right. Or if you want to be acquired by one of these $500 million cash giants, right? Data robots and all that, you can check various companies. Data robot is a small company, but there are other giants who are in AutoML today. There's a race going on for AutoML.
Correct.
There is no way to compete with them head on, right? So you have to find out a niche strategy that you have developed an aspect of it that they don't have, that you have, that they want to acquire you.
Correct. Yes.
I don't see any other way because considerable R&D expenses needed to build AutoML that can do many things. Because even though they are college students and you onboard them onto AutoML of this capability, but then they are stuck there. Now they haven't developed the skills the hard way, and they are stuck with the capability of the auto. The reason why AutoML has a big question mark on it is because AutoML eventually dead ends into somewhere where you cannot go further. It doesn't solve my business problem, but it got me. Imagine an Ola drive or a Uber cab, which takes you 99 miles of your 100-mile journey, and 1 mile before the journey, it drops you on the road with 2 international size bags, and you are saying, thank you, aap bahut dur leke aa gaye mujhe, right? So that's the problem with AutoML, and that's why it requires tremendous expense, tremendous capital, tremendous R&D.
Exactly.
But you have answered that by open source or something, but that is something an afterthought in the Q&A, it's not in the presentation. But you have to start, before you put this kind of time and effort, you have to think through, what are you doing?
Correct.
How do you monetize?
Correct. Okay. So at this moment, what we're looking at, we have the web application aspect and the open sourcing of the code aspect, right? So at this moment, for monetizing, we are looking at, for web applications, is basically a brand growth, right? You have Kafka by LinkedIn, basically, where how they get their users is that the conversion rate when you have more number of users becomes predominant, right? Rather than when you have lesser number of users. And when you go to the open sourcing of code, we are looking at using restrictive licensing, the typical one like MIT licensing, to get some monetization out of the open source aspect of it. That is where we're focused on monetization now at this aspect of this.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, guys.
We are good.
Great.
We are good.
Keep working on it. Keep enhancing. I think the road is long, and as Pankaj sir said, don't make it 90%, make it 100%.
Sure.
Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Good learning for you. Good learning for you. Behind the
Thank you,
scene,
sir.
what you're learning is tremendous.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we would request the judges to score for Team Jam. Meanwhile, I'll introduce the next team that is coming up. That is Team Stonks. I'll just verify once. It's Team Stonks. Hope it's Team Stonks, right?
I'm sorry, on my list it's Team Bandito, Rajat Pablo, and Naman Agrawal.
Okay, yeah, my bad. So the project name is Stonks and the team is Bandito. Yes, so can we have Team Bandito here?
Yeah, hi.
So sorry, confused. Yeah, welcome Team Bandito.
Thank you.
Yeah. So good evening to the judges and the organizing team of inGenius. I'm Rajat.
And I'm Naman Agarwal from Team Bandito.
So we'll start with the presentation over here. Just give me a second. Yeah, so just a confirmation, is the presentation visible?
Oh, yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So what we have built over here is a product called Stonks. It is basically a one-stop solution to profitable stock market. And how is that? I'll explain that in upcoming slides. So before that, a brief overview about how the stock market prediction generally works. Now it is said that predicting how a stock market will perform is one of the most difficult things to do. And that is because of the large amount of factors that come into play. Some could be physiological factors, rational and irrational behavior of the companies, etc. So for that, we broadly divide analysis into two parts, fundamental and technical analysis.
So fundamental analysis, as we can see, it involves analyzing the company's future profitability on the basis of its current business environment and financial performance. And technical analysis takes all the technical aspects in mind. That is how the company has performed in the past, how the stock has performed in the past, and how similar stocks have performed in the past. So that is how the future of a company is determined using technical analysis. So the problem with conventional predictive models is that they're highly dependent on technical analysis, and they usually rely on crunching the numbers and seeing the trends and then give the fact that whether there will be a rise or fall in the prices of the stock market. So such a prediction model will be ideal in an ideal world, right? It will be foolproof in a perfect world. But that's not the case here, because here stock prices are affected by small changes in news and media, and what the CEO of a company says about that particular company, like that's how the volatile the stock market is. So our solution is, we have built a model that not only takes into consideration the history of the stock, like all the generic predictors do, but we also take into account the current world happenings through news and media sources. So our approach here is, we scrape daily news data from InShorts. So InShorts is a reputable news content website for India. We perform sentiment analysis on all the news headlines using IBM Watson and LU library. We identify who companies which might be affected based on a given stock, and all the companies who are affected based on a given day's news. Right. So I'll come to the features first. The features that we have in our application, the first one would be stocks and news. So every day when we go through the news, like every day, like when the stock market opens at 9 a.m., people or the traders generally start looking into news channels of what has happened in the past and how a company has performed. So they read through each and every news. They analyze whether it's profitable or not. They see whether it was positive or negative or not. So we are automating this process. They can simply click on any news and see whether the news is positive or not for a particular company. And then we have news in stocks. So this is the major feature of our application. You don't have to read a complete day's newspaper or complete days. You don't have to see the news channel for whole day to understand what has happened in the market. You can simply go to our website. You can see all the affected companies, all the companies that will get affected based on the current day's news. Then we have a feature for email notifications. So suppose you have invested in TCS or Tata or Infosys, and you want to track whether that company might fall into loss the other day or might generate a profit the next day. So we are running a cron job in the backend, which basically checks every 2 hours for a company's performance in the news and how the stock, how positive the stock or negative it is, and it sends the users an email every day, like whether it will be positive or negative the other day. So it sends an email at 6 a.m. so they can think about their investment at around before 9 itself, right? So another feature that we have about stock market prediction is financial report analysis. So brief overview about financial reports. Financial reports are basically annual reports of a company, which have all the numbers of how the company has performed in a given financial year, how much profit was generated, how much revenue they generated, and how much loss they made. And basically it covers each and everything about that company's financials. So what we do is, we give an option to the user to upload a PDF of the financial report, and basically we crunch the numbers, we take out all data. And so this is the technical aspect of it. We take out the data, we collate it with the data, we crunch the numbers, and we predict whether it's going to be profitable or not based on the last financial year. And as Naman and I are crypto enthusiasts ourselves, we could not hold up not adding some sort of crypto benefits to for our users. So what we have done is, we have also added a crypto section in our cryptocurrency section in our application. So there you can see all the news related to cryptocurrency and all the coins that are affected with the given news. And so another feature that we have is, you can see how all the coins are performing on the market, how the 24-hour run has been. So those are the major features of our website. And some of the reasons for using stocks would be easy navigation, trendy UI UX, minimal UI UX. It's a two-way analysis. We not only perform fundamental analysis, but also technical analysis, as explained earlier. We have relevant and authoritative content. So we have news articles, sentiments from basically popular websites only, and trustworthy websites. We have a notification system in place to make sure that our users never lose money. And then we have the convenience of integrating the stock market cryptocurrency, so that everyone is taken into consideration. One last thing that I would like to cover over here is that we also have a what do we say, back training of the model in such a way that every time they want to see how a company is going to perform in the next day, we not only confirm the data from InShots but also from a relevant from other different website sources. So here we have used News API. It's the most popular news API out there. So what it does is it gives us relevant news about all of that particular company, and we analyze that data with the given data by InShots, and if they match, only then we give a positive sentiment. Otherwise, we don't. So yeah, we are taking into consideration that InShots data could be wrong, or the analysis could be wrong in the first time. So yeah, that's it for our pitch. Thank you. Over
Could
to the judges.
Could you tell us more about what type of regression or deep learning, what technological approach?
Okay, so we being developers, web developers ourselves, we did not have knowledge of machine learning. So what we have used over it is IBM Watson's NLU, Natural Language Understanding Library. They have their own pre-trained models, and what we do is we feed our data to those models, and they decide whether it's positive or negative. So IBM Watson has trained its model on a large data set, and yeah.
And how many models are there? In other sense, how many Y variables are part of this application?
As in, sorry.
Are you predicting the stock price itself, or a delta to the stock price, 2%,
No,
5%
no,
change?
we are not exactly predicting the delta, but performance increase or a decrease. That's what we are doing with a
As a
given
percentage
accuracy.
or as a absolute?
It's an absolute increase or decrease with a percentage accuracy.
Okay. And then you're also doing other things beyond
Other
this,
things.
the crypto and
Yeah, so the major purpose here is to basically take all the hard work from the user of reading the newspaper or going through the news day by day too, and just simply go on the website and check what all companies have been affected by a given day's news.
Correct. But the people who were there before you doing this, stock analysis, they have taken an approach, and you mentioned that that was incomplete because it doesn't take care of the news and the social media and the buzz aspect.
I
You
would
have
like to
taken care of. Go ahead.
I would like to give an example about this, if that's okay.
No, just let me complete the point.
Yeah, sure, sir.
So, and now you have taken care of the part they were missing. But have you taken care of the part they were doing right, so that you are complete?
So that's why we have the financial report analysis. So one thing that we missed to do was integrating the two together. It's two separate analyses at the same point, but given that both the reports, if both the analysis show positive, a user can basically guarantee that. It's not guarantee, but yeah, it's a prediction only. But it's a more positive prediction if both the predictions go into the same account.
Are they both independent work, or they are part of the same model?
They are part of the same model. Yeah.
Okay. And then this annual reports, are you predicting how the annual report is going to look like, or you are?
We have got the annual reports from their company's website only, and from.
No. But are you predicting something about how they are?
Yeah, like based on how they performed in the last year, we're predicting whether it will be a positive impact or a negative impact to invest in those particular companies based on their performance in the last financial year.
Okay, good. This helps me give some feedback to you. So I can predict that in 2 years' time, you guys can be multimillionaires, but you have to have focus.
Yeah.
There are some things that you're doing are important, and some things are increasing the scope for no real value. World is ready to pay anything to you if you are able to predict the stock price. You're almost like the best tool for a day trader. You're the best. You can create the best tool for a day trader, and it can learn on its own, and it can self-learn, and it can become better over time. So keeping focus at that, because you're taking care of an aspect that nobody takes care. Actually, I'm impressed because I always believed in that.
Yeah. So
that market is not only about fundamentals. Market has some noise in it, at least for short term, about the buzz and the social media and some popularity of the product, and some just companies are always in the news for right or wrong reason. So, and that affects, but it gets corrected over time, and in the long run, it is by fundamentals. And here you have created something that's taken care of the buzz or the news. So it is actually a great prediction tool of stock price for, and I don't know if people have put this kind of thought and put this kind of time, but even if you have some success in your algorithm, I repeat, you can be multi-millionaire in 2 years, but you have to have focus.
Yeah. So regarding that, since we were also following the conversations earlier, we were following the earlier presentations, and regarding some of the questions. So first of all, our target audience would be amateur traders who are just getting into trading and are not really able to understand where to invest and where to put their money in, right? So that is where the target audience would be. But again, so we have also mentioned that in our portfolio submission that the major challenge was obtaining proper data from proper news and data from proper website, right? So currently we have only scraped the data from website like InShots. So in the future we would obviously like to be integrated some with a website like Money Control. Since Money Control is the largest stock trading website in India, it gives all the data to the users, right? So we would always like to be integrated with their services so that we can directly analyze their news. They have the option for financial reports. They show you the financial report. Now it's a 350 pages report. So we
All right.
give the option to the
Quick
process.
2 questions from my side. Rajat, yeah, after you complete this, yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just integrating with the Money Controls feature, which they don't have. They have the data, they show the data, but they never show the results of how it can perform in the market. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool. So yeah, quick question. I think in for the time we have here. So have you guys heard about Black Swan? Black Swan effect or the Black Swan, right? Those things which people usually can't predict and which happen and which kind of really those are the major events which kind of swing the stock market, right? I mean, your daily variations are like X, but that one event brings in a change of 10x, 20x, or 100x, right? And so my this is so I have 2 questions for you. First is a statement actually. So one is AI or ML, right? They work on generalization, right? So the outliers are typically ignored, right? I mean, that's how any kind of AI works, right? I mean, intelligence is basically the ability to generalize things based on data and being able to do it in a very efficient manner, right? And so there may be outliers, but really they don't add to your accuracy. I mean, it's like I'm 99.99% correct, right? I mean, that one decision when I'm wrong, it really doesn't matter. And so for applications where that one decision or that one wrong doesn't matter, AI ML is great. But if you need 100% accuracy, because if let's say if I'm going to give you $1 million, so what is at stake for you? I mean, why do I trust you to make that prediction correctly, right?
So yeah, the trust part here would be the fact that we didn't do it for money in the first place and just for the interest sake, and the way we recently got
people are going to put real money in it, right? So I think that's what you have to acknowledge. And so
yeah, so this could be explained by the example I was going to give earlier. So when the market was crashing due to COVID-19 pandemic in March, nobody really expected any company's prices to rise by 200%. And that's when Reliance announced a deal with Facebook. And the prices actually went from 800 rupees to 1600 rupees in a couple of days. So this was not predicted by any of the predictors. But again, if you talk about Strongs could have predicted that. And yeah, there are similar examples for other companies also. So
no, all I'm saying is, it is, as Pankaj sir said, it's a very useful tool for day traders and, for a lot of people. But you got to be very careful, and there has to be some more deeper thought, in my opinion, in terms of taking care of things like how do you account for black swan events, how do you make people trust you, right? And people are going to give you real money. So you have to build it in your offering. Like I've put my own money in this, so definitely that adds trust to people as well, right? I think so. When you build a business around that, I think you need to take care of those things to kind of move ahead, right? I mean, people like the biggest investors in the world. I mean, they put in a lot of their own money. Where
yeah, right.
Hedge funds are paying $500,000 starting salary in US.
Sorry?
Some people I know who got hired. the starting salary is $500,000 if you can get the algorithm right. And
Yeah,
it's not
this is
necessarily
really
how
good.
old you are. You can be very young, you can be very experienced, doesn't matter. If your algorithm has run right for some time and is bringing results, so your prediction power is what gets prized here. So if you can run this algorithm for a couple of quarters and show that you are even a little bit better than what already exists, and what already exists, there are hundreds and thousands of algorithms and companies that have put money that exist who are trying to do this, and nobody is able to do everything right. They have, but again, the main message here is each of them is surviving because they have done something right. They have had a clear goal and they got accuracy of prediction. And the secret lies in you making sure you don't leave something that is important.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
at the end of the day X variables. If you get the X variables right, the model, the algorithm itself is vanilla. It's a commodity. You can throw in the deep learning, you can learn some of the model. They all models have some advantage over each other and some differences, but it will eventually do the job. But how do you do it faster than time? Like in the middle of the day, the prediction. So as you can do it in the lightning, because this business, time is money. If you predict accurately, for some long-term thing, it has no value. It has to be many times a day you are predicting in real time. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of technology that is involved. There's a lot of data that is involved, the data quality, and most importantly, the lightning speed at which the prediction should keep coming.
Yeah, that's what we are doing. That's what we are doing. So every time you refresh the page of affected companies, you get to see a whole lot of other companies which just came into news or which just have been affected or are predicted to be affected. And that's why we're running the cron job in the back end also to send emails to the trackers.
Right. And I totally get it that companies have focused so much upon, capital IQ data, Wall Street data, and what you're doing is you're trying to be a little bit more holistic and complete about other things. And these other things could very well be capital markets, it could very well be currency markets, very well be political developments, right? It could be elections news, it could be COVID and many other things, trade treaties and many things. I'm totally agree with you. These get missed out and they do have some implication and they get seldom studied very well. So if you can get this data right, and you can tune the model at lightning speed in the daytime, I'm pretty sure somebody was gonna land on your apartment building's rooftop to pick you up and take you away.
We look forward to that day.
Thank you. Good job.
All the best,
Great
guys.
idea.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. It was a great idea. We would request the judges to please score Team Bandito and yes. So and also we would have to tell all the upcoming participants to make sure that they don't cross the timelines because we are running very tight on the timelines. Yes. So coming up next is Team Helium with the unique project Dermafind about predicting skin cancer. All the very best, team.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, all. So I'm Ashna.
I'm Isha. And I'm Bhargavi.
I'll just be sharing my screen in a second. Yeah. I hope all of you can see this. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yeah. So yeah, I would like to start off. So our product here is Dermafind. So what's the first thing you would do if a random rash appeared on your hand? The first thing that anyone would do is Google the symptoms, right? And how the rash looks like. In hindsight, you just want to make sure that you're not
Archana, I am very sorry to interrupt you. There is a lot of disturbance from someone's mic. Can all the participants please mute your microphones?
No problem.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Except Archana. Yeah, of course.
Am I audible actually? Like, I mean, is it?
Yeah, you are audible, Archana. You can go ahead now.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll start up again. So what's the first thing you would do if a random rash appeared on your hand? The first thing which anyone would do is Google its symptoms and how the rash looks like, right? In hindsight, you're just making sure that you're not self-diagnosing yourself with skin cancer, especially in 2020. So now, so what we want to solve here is to help doctors and surgeons to identify the associated allergies from capture images of skin. So the main goal here is to reduce the burden on hospitals, especially on doctors, as we all know that taking a biopsy and by conducting blood tests, it takes a good and to finally diagnose if it's skin cancer or not would take a good few weeks to even a month's time. So now, so then, and when and if skin cancer is detected late, it can result in severe outcomes. One good thing about skin cancer is if it's detected early, the 5-year survival rate is around 99%, which is a high percentage, as we all know. So now, so what we plan to do is, so we here have proposed, yeah, yeah. So we here propose a standalone device that can predict the probability of your rash turning into skin cancer, categorize its kind into melanomic or non-melanomic, suggest nearby skin specialists, and also suggest remedial measures in the form of expertised websites. So the main objectives of what we want to achieve is to come up with a simple user-friendly interface. So that uses an AI algorithm to differentiate between cancerous and non-cancerous skin images, show symptoms, and suggest remedies as well. It also retrieves the user's location and recommends 5 hospitals closest to the patient's geographic location. Bhargavi will take over from here.
Yeah. So basically, the underlying algorithm that is used for to achieve the same objective, we use something called as local binary pattern. This is much lighter when compared to deep learning networks, and it can be easily run on a Raspberry Pi, which is our main aim. And so this is basically to classify the images into melanomic, non-melanomic, or non-cancerous. And this is the main objective. This is the main part of the algorithm that's used. We shall continue with the next part.
Now, coming to one of our most unique features, that is the nearby hospital detection, that is achieved using an API service provided by here, and that's called the Places API. I'll be telling more about it in the next slide. Archana, please change. And how does your API work? So here API depends on the current geographic location coordinates of the user. It makes use of that and predicts makes a list of 5 nearest hospitals and displays it on the Raspberry Pi screen. So how have we measured the coordinates? We've made use of ESP32 development board and location API service provided by Unwired Labs. Over to Bhargavi now.
To add to that, basically, we're only getting the user locations only when the classification output gives us cancerous. And if it's non-cancerous, we're only redirecting the user to the websites. We're redirecting the user to the websites actually for all the 3 types of classification also. And this is something that we've added as an extra information for the user if they want to know exactly what it's about, if it's a skin allergy or something. This is something that we've added extra to our project.
I would now like to show a quick demo of how our prototype is actually working. Ashana, could you please stop sharing? So extremely sorry for the delay. There is some issue.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Isha, can you do a voiceover as we can't hear it clearly?
Okay. So now I've run the main script. So what it does is for trial sake, we have given 4 different images, and it's now going to predict the class of each image along with a confidence score. After displaying the class, it also displays a list of hospitals nearby. Depending on the classification of the image, it loads up possible remedial websites. For proof of concept sake, we've loaded up one such website for skin allergy. That's it from our end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, girls. I think a great presentation and a good problem, to attack. And I think the technology is there to kind of solve that problem and interface with whatever you guys are doing. But I think the focus should be more on the cancer detection rather than the other part, right? I mean, those things people can do today. They can, and they're going to search a lot more than probably what you can provide them. But I think you should always, when you solve that, you have to find the crux of the problem and focus on that. Also, tell me a little bit more about the inner workings of how you detect skin cancer and how accurate it
Yes,
is.
sir.
In
Yes, sir.
fact, Amit, you just spoke my heart out. I just want to put it back on them to explain to us, how do you want to deploy this? What are the baby steps? If I am a person who has some rash or something, what am I supposed to do? Is that how it starts, or it starts with some hospital as a first starting point?
No, sir.
Help me out.
All you need to do is take a picture of the affected area using your smartphone. Then you need to pair the
Mhm.
smartphone with our device, send the picture to our device, upload it, and then it starts predicting the class, followed by the list of hospitals and the corresponding remedies depending on the predicted class.
And
Coming
then,
to
And then so you can look up the remedial websites and like be satisfied.
Coming to Amit sir's question with respect to how the classification is done, actually a lot of research has been done in this way where we are try to use many models, like we wanted to use deep learning also, but the problem is that since we wanted to run this on a Raspberry Pi where the RAM is only 1 GB, we thought of using something that is much more lighter. So after coming across a lot of research and after coming across a lot of papers, I came across an algorithm called as local binary pattern. This basically it uses calculates the histograms of each and every image by splitting the image into 8 different parts, and basically this is mostly used for texture analysis. As we know, there are a lot of other algorithms that can be used for texture analysis, such as GLCM, such as GLCM. So that's why we sort of testing with respect to all of these algorithms, and we found that the local binary pattern gives a much more better result for a small number of images. The reason is that when we had to change the model with respect to non-cancerous images, the number of non-cancerous images we had was kind of less. Like if we had to find for rashes or something, and it's a little private, so that's why we have to search a lot to find for there's such images that are only rashes but not something as severe as cancer.
So,
So
Bhargavi, one comment, right? Before you can even jump into the technical details, I think at a high level, what do you think is like how many of skin cancer cases can be detected reliably just through a image, right? And that's the first question
yes.
to answer.
Coming to the reliability of this, our main aim of this project is to differentiate between non-cancerous and cancerous, because the main objective is to make sure that there's an early diagnosis. So if it is something serious, they can go earlier to the hospital, because sometimes if we go too late, it can be like in the last stage or something, and that is very, very fatal. So
Yeah, yeah. No, I think the intent is very clear and it's a great idea. No, I am just asking that, like,
yes.
let's say there are 100 skin cancer cases.
Hmm.
Is it possible that all of those can be detected through, let's say, a smartphone camera picture? I don't know. I'm just
The
asking.
the cases that we took for cancers is benign and malignant. Basically, malignant is melanomas and benign is non-melanomas. But we know that benign can convert into malignant, and both of them are equally dangerous. So basically, we wanted to just distinguish from normal skin rashes with the with the cancers or the dangerous ones. So the accuracy for distinguishing between the non-cancerous and the cancerous images is very high. It's above 90%. But for distinguishing between the two types of cancerous images as benign and malignant, that is something that is a little bit hard, and that is something that we can work on. And with respect to the problem statement over here, I'm pretty sure that the most important part is to distinguish between the non-cancerous and the cancerous part. And this give a very good accuracy for lesser number of images. So if we could find more images, then we could we'll definitely increase the accuracy. And
Cool.
I
And I think just one comment. I think what Pankaj sir was saying, right? I mean, you need to, crunch the process, right? I mean, why take a image on a smartphone and then transfer to the device? You can actually run your model on the smartphone itself, and that could be more useful. Like, you can build an Android application to do that. That probably becomes more useful, right?
Yes, sir. While building an Android application will become more portable, become more useful for the user. That is definitely something that we will.
So what you are dealing with, in my understanding, is people are just careless. You are alerting them. You are not
Yeah,
replacing doctor. You are alerting
no,
them to please see a doctor, because we don't have uh, false negatives in our model.
yeah,
We can predict
yeah.
that very well. False negatives are very, very low, like 0.5%. And so when we say you should see a doctor, um, you should see a doctor. We
Exactly.
have not missed it out. You can,
Yeah,
doctor will say you're fine. That's 30% cases, doctor will say you're fine. 60% cases,
yeah.
doctor will say
It's
you're
okay
fine.
if it is
That's okay.
positive. It's
Yeah,
okay if we say that it's cancers, even though it's non-cancerous. I mean, if they see a doctor, also they can do a diagnosis, or and they can say that it's you're
right.
fine. But the main
So
thing
to
is that
Amit,
cancers, and if
hmm,
we predict non-cancer, that is something that we avoided.
right. So to Amit's point, the utility is breaking the casual attitude that people take towards a lesion or some rash, right? And giving them an instant answer. I have come across these applications, but they are about the taboo topics, like where people just don't want to see a doctor. Oh, I don't want to see a doctor for that. So then, in that privacy of their own home, they're trying to see, is it serious, and then they go to the doctor if the application alerts it's not cancer, but it's similar medical ailment, and where people just don't want to go to see a doctor, but there is a small percentage that it is a serious issue, right? So, but this topic is not taboo topic. It is a topic which is, oh, it's a rash. What's the big deal? And you are trying to alert them to rush. So in that case, as Amit said, something quick and instant on the cell phone itself has value. If there is a procedure involved, do this, then 2 days later, some result will come, some file will come, then again, it will become the same thing as seeing a doctor, and the casualness will prevail and people won't take this test.
Yes.
I
Basically,
like
decrease the time in which we have to get the result.
Hmm.
Yeah. I just want to highlight one aspect there, because if skin cancer is like actually one of the most common type of cancer due to its high frequency. And the frequency for rash becoming cancerous is even higher, and it's like 60%, which is huge. So, and then there are a few stats that 1 in 5 Americans develop skin cancer by the age of 70, and with more than 2 people dying of skin cancer every year. So, we really want to reduce this casual behavior, as you mentioned, sir, of any patient by taking this into serious concern, and our main future scope is to like have a user surface. So only the user interface is left to develop. So because we want to make it a hassle-free process, and once that has been developed, we would love to run like further tests on our device and have a full-fledged standalone device ready to be scaled as well. And to like improvise on this, we actually want to like retrieve a personalized questionnaires available
That's right.
from center, as mentioned, CDC, like Center for Disease Control and Prevention. So this can include like important factors such as age, family history, which are more relevant to just having an image which can classify it as cancerous or non-cancerous, because a family history of cancer has like around like good you have like around 80% saying that you will have it, because you just do it on the Punnett square, your genetic mutation.
Correct.
And then,
So image is, sorry, we have to keep a watch on time. That's the message. But I totally, this was my next question I was about to ask you, that the prediction power is everything for this project. And the prediction power is, image is one of the X variable. The others are also about the demographic and habits information about this person, and if you are capturing that or not. So that is key. And what you are demonstrating, that you could not do it today, but you definitely have goals to do proper deep learning regression models on that. The other question I have is still a little technical, that in projects like this, what the modeling expert data scientists run into a problem is called the confirmed cancer cases is such a tiny percentage that your data is largely unbalanced. Usually in the regular regression, what we say is outliers, that becomes your, so your Y variable has 3,000 data points, and out of them there are some 11 cancer cases. So usually such a model requires different modeling techniques. How did you do that? Because what are you predicting for becomes a very important. How do you guide or hint the Y variable that you have to maximize upon this 13 and not the, it's not cancer. That should not become the, or you have to, or there is, I don't want to give you the answer, but I want to hear it from you. How did you solve that?
Basically, this type of problem, it will arise when we have like an actual structured, like proper structured data set.
Let us say you have, I given you the answer, right? I've given you the data, like that you have 3,000 data points in a file, and there are only 13 cancer cases. It's called your Y, which is very important for you to detect those 13 cases, is a very small number of 3,000. So modelers run into a unique problem in data science. What is that problem called, and how will you solve that?
Basically, we can solve it by using oversampling. We can increase number. We can increase the number of data points for wherever the Y value, for wherever the Y value is cancerous. We can keep increasing the number of data points for that particular for that particular data set in order
What's
to
that
equalize.
process called as? What's the term for that? Doing that?
We can use that. We can use an algorithm called as smooth.
So what do you call that in data sciences? Multiplying the Y variables with ones. What are you?
We can use oversampling.
What do you call that? You gave the right answer. What do you call that though?
We can use am I audible?
Okay.
We can use something called as oversampling to increase the number of variables for for unbalanced data, so that we can get balanced data with respect to structured data sets. As far as I've seen, there are a lot of.
It's not called oversampling, but we have run out of time, so I will leave it for you for fun research after the call. What is it called? Okay, your answer is right. We like the answer. Look for the scientific term for that. Okay, thank you. We are Lavish. Anything from you? Good.
Point was pointed out by Amit in the beginning itself, which was making it as simple as on your smartphone when you click a QR code and it can detect it. It can be made as simple as that, which Amit pointed out in the beginning itself.
So we actually did have plans of.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will stop here. Organizers are putting pressure, so thank you. Good job. Great job.
Sorry, but we're running on time constraints. We're very sorry, but it was a great presentation, and all the very best. Yeah.
Thank you.
We would request the judges to score team Helion as soon as possible. And coming up next is team error 404, I guess. Yeah, team error 404. Can we have team error 404 here?
Yes, hello.
Oh wow,
I'm
welcome on
here
board,
from
team.
Team. Yeah, let us. I think they
Okay,
might
yeah,
just.
hi, welcome on board.
Yeah, we request your teammates join as well with us.
Yes, they're joining. Give me a
Also,
minute.
just sure. Also, just to give a disclaimer for the judges, we have done we have six teams have already presented and still more 9 teams to go. And for you guys as well, please make sure that you abide by the time limits and make sure that you finish your presentation by the time
Ahmad, are you able
by
to
the
see my screen?
very best time.
I no, you cannot. Can you just like share it?
Yeah, we'll just give our judges to get. We'll just give some time for our judges to get ready, and then we'll proceed with the presentation. Okay, Anirudh, you may share your screen. I thought you were sharing your screen as
Yeah,
well.
just a minute. My laptop
Yeah,
has
sure,
got
sure.
hanged.
Yeah, no, not a problem.
We are back.
Okay, so I think maybe the presentation can
Please start.
join in. I'll give a brief introduction about the our application. So we have developed a project. We call it Swasthya application, which is supposed to be an all-round complete package for every kind of health and fitness application that is available in the market. And the thing is, we are trying to basically, what we are actually aiming here is for the best accuracy, where we have implemented an ML model which basically predicts the disease based on symptoms and the user's profile. So what we are actually aiming here is for the best accuracy in this. And though this is actually something which is being done already, and everybody is trying to get the best accuracy in this ML model, and the way we are thinking of achieving this is actually a bit in a very progressive manner. Maybe the presentation, Anirudh, are you still facing a problem? Leave it. I'll try to share.
It looks like Anirudh just lost his connection. Maybe one of you guys can share the screen.
Yes, sure. So is the screen visible? Yeah, great.
Yes, Em.
Yeah, so basically our application is supposed to be the whole thing, and like how we are thinking of approaching this is we're trying to in the recent times, that COVID-19 is a big problem right now, and people are facing these issues on a daily basis. They are trying to go to the hospitals, and the thing is, during this time we can probably say that hospital is one of the most dangerous places right now. We cannot actually go to the hospitals because there is a high chance you're getting infected with this. And this is something what the reason why we developed it. Another reason was actually Anirudh faced this problem a while back, and he was actually very interested, and he gave this idea actually. So the way it is like supposed to be, we are basically this during these COVID times, we are there are going to be like people with minor diseases which they can technically assess on themselves, or maybe on call or something very similar, which does not require a very frequent or very long time in the hospital, which is what we are trying to achieve here. So we are trying to reduce these patients in the hospital by basically giving a self-assessment application, and we will diagnose. We have disease. We have around 41 diseases with the symptoms, and this will be helpful in the remote regions as well, where the proper medical services are not available at hand. So
Just a minute,
I'll get.
Ahmad.
Yeah.
I want to add to the problem statement.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Please make sure that you abide by the time as well. Yeah. We have
Ahmad, just move to the
one and a
problem
half
statement
minutes.
slide. So basically, what
everyone, like in the COVID situation, everyone is facing right now is like they are not able to go out to the hospital, or that things like they are not able to uh, go to the hospital for the diagnosis. They are fearing that if they get COVID, so what will happen. So we have made this thing mainly for the purpose like they will stay at home, and they can know what disease they have. Ahmed, directly go to the challenges faced. So the most difficult challenge was here to find the data, because as you know, the machine learning model and the deep learning model, mainly the deep learning model requires a large amount of data. So the data was the main constraint over here. So we managed the data from the data.government website and the Kaggle dataset. We merged various websites, because for the predicting disease from a symptoms, we need a large amount of data set, around which is around 16,000 just 16,000 rows of data. So we merged various data set for this purpose. So we used both ML and DL models for this purpose. Firstly we made an demo app, or a demo app or a beta version of our app, which had just one screen. Ahmed, go to the previous slide. Yeah, you can see just it had just one screen, which the user can enter the symptom and it will predict the disease. So basically we released this app in the beta app for a testing purpose. You can go to the next slide, Ahmed. Yeah, so we released the beta app to the doctors and our family members who had doctoral expertise, so that they can tell that is our app or is our machine learning model predicting or wrong. And we were taking this data at the back end, which we can see in the graph below. Ahmed, show this graph. With this, we used basically 6 machine learning models, and we tried, like it would give 6 prediction, where the user has to choose that which model is giving the correct output. So out of that, we like got like for the ANN and KNN, we got like 19 true results and 5 false results. The true result basically means that our model predicted right. And this was the prediction not by any test data. This was the real-time testing done by the doctors. And the worst model, as you can see, like it shows 13 true and 9 false. And these false are false predictions. We had we tried many things like changing the learning rate a bit or tuning the hyperparameters. But because of the lack of the data thing, we could manage the accuracy just up to 99%. And like the machine learning model. Yeah. Is anyone want to ask something?
You can go ahead. It was the participant's mic, which was unmuted. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so basically your main thing is like our model, while predicting the wrong thing, the data, we could see the data what the user had entered. So basically the user was trying for, like he was giving some weird symptom, like 2 for common cold and 2 for AIDS. Like they can't merge at a point, so they were getting some worst results. So we were like the machine learning models in such a way, like it learns in such a way, like it identifies a symptom which is unique for a particular disease. So in this way, it identified, and almost it is getting an accuracy of 99% on the trained data. And you can see the testing results also, which is a live testing. Go to the features part, Ahmed. So these are the features we included in our app. So the main feature that is our USP, that is disease detection using the symptom. The other smaller feature like calling the ambulance. There is one feature like if the user wants something is urgent, like so they can open the app or directly there is one button that we will show you in the video. And like maintaining the medical history. You can see in the Ahmed, go to the fifth screen. Yeah, there is one plus button over here. So from here the user can add this into their medical history records, so that they can check that how many times they have they have diagnosed, they self-diagnosed. Go to the features part. So all the medical history of the user is stored. Also there is one profile page where all the information like blood group and height, weight. We have also included the BMI and a step counter. It is our app is like all-in-one app. We focus on fitness as well as the disease prediction. Our app also finds the nearby hospital. There is one menu which we show in the video. It would find the nearby eye hospital or something. just a minute, ma'am. We have also made a chatbot to spread the awareness among the COVID, like about the COVID-19. Like people are not wearing masks, so it is one also. It is also one added feature of our app. Now you can show the video, Ahmed.
Yeah, so I'll try to guide it my best here. Actually, just show the original video. So
Just click on the Ahmed. It will open in YouTube.
it's actually not open. Yeah, it's open. Okay, cool.
Click
So I'll.
Sorry to interrupt you. It's a 5-minute video, so
Yes,
maybe
yes,
like
No,
I'll
no.
try to skip
We
this.
just be explaining the main parts, not the whole
Yes.
video.
So here's the home screen. Here, there's a mood indicator in this. This is basically supposed to keep track of your current basically day-to-day health conditions, and it's kind of like a mental health thing. Then we have this. This is the chatbot, basically a button which basically opens our Google Assistant chatbot, which is supposed to help with the COVID-19 information. And then there's this bottom button, which is supposed to be for the ambulance and the emergency services. There are also these widgets here, which is basically using the Places API to get the location of the different hospitals and
The
doctors in
nearby
your area.
hospitals, and you can see it on the
Yeah.
map, or else you can directly contact them.
This is the USP we are trying to
Yeah, just
predict here.
play the video over here, Ahmed.
Yeah. So
Let them see
let me
the
just
screen.
go. Yeah. So basically, we entered here. I have entered 4 symptoms here, and
Yeah,
after
more
four
the
symptoms.
symptoms, more will be the accuracy.
Yeah, and after the 4 symptoms, here we have got an allergy, for an example. This thing is actually a consensus thing. So we are actually using 3 of our best models here. So it technically can show up to 3 possible diagnoses at a moment. But in case the our data is merging and every outcome is coming
If all the
same,
models are giving the same output, it will give it as a
yes,
single output.
yes. So that's what being done here. And here you can see when a user clicks on the here on the
Click here.
card here. Yeah, so basically it shows the description and the precautions that one can take. If we move here, yeah, so what we have done here is basically when somebody clicks on this, we'll add it directly to his or her medical record, and then it's showing updated. And here we'll open the medical record and we'll show here just a second. So here it's being shown. It's allergy, it's self-diagnosed, it's at this time. So that is being done here. And then let me just, this is
sorry to
the
interrupt
fitness.
you. We have to failing short on time. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, just give me 10
But
seconds.
can we
Only
just
one.
show our main features, like we
Yes.
have put some.
So this is for the fitness thing. After the fitness, this is tracker, and the last thing is this is the COVID bot that we were talking about, Mr. Dr. Cronobot, and it basically shows you whatever the overcome and symptoms and those things.
Like
We
you
have
can
used
speak to it, and it will show the things.
Yes, we are using Google's Dialogflow, and here is the basically I told you on the home screen there is a place where you can
The
click
map
and
thing.
basically the doctor area. So here we have seen a lot of doctors, and let's say for example you want to find the direction to a specific doctor, so you'll basically
And
click on that.
these are being sorted on the basis of the nearest distance.
Yes, and we can directly open it in our Maps app. So
Lavish, you can start with your questions first as this comes into your alley.
yeah, okay,
Uh,
so yeah,
yeah.
sure.
Sorry. Finish the presentation. Right?
So
Yeah,
that's
just
pretty much our app.
okay, fine.
We have thought about a business model for this. If you are interested, we can also talk about this a little bit.
Go ahead.
Any questions?
Yeah, go ahead with the business model. 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, so business model, the thing that we thought of, we actually aiming for the best model in the market. So what we're thinking of doing is basically integrating our system with hospitals in the area. Just think if like there's 100 hospitals in the area who are using your application in their own system. Just think of that. So 100 hospitals data, we have it in our database, right? So the thing is we are trying to yeah. So we are trying to integrate this with multiple hospitals, and with the increase in the number of hospitals, our accuracy in our model is actually increasing. And that part is also there. And also the other thing is like, since we are actually asking people to, because like if you think of it, it's a complete package. It's meant to be user oriented. So the user base is supposed to be really big. And again, the that short comes that from here, short from here is basically spreading this thing like really quickly among the people really fast.
How do you
So
position yourself versus WebMD, Procto, these kind of applications
yes,
which
yes,
are
those things are already
hitting?
yes, exactly. So those things are already available in market, but they are not best in market. We want to achieve the best in market here. So the prediction part is our aim here. We are trying to
And
get the best.
one more thing, like these apps you mentioned, WebMD and like 1MG, they have like there are different apps for this purpose, but we have included all the features in one app, which is the USP of like
That's called taking head on the giants. So when a bull is coming at you, you don't want to fight the bull, right?
yeah.
So these very well-funded companies, very giant companies, you cannot compete with them head on. You have to have, as you rightly said, your algorithm is better, right?
Yeah.
People who have made great companies have started with something better, what already exists, do a piece of it and do it better than them, because they have such a huge scope of work, such a massive footprint, that they have to keep the whole thing going, so they get distracted or they cannot really focus upon a subset of their functionality, like something that is only 5%, it gets ignored and they're working on the other 95%. So you take on that 5%, make it like best of the world, and so much better that there is a small amount of customers who are coming to you for that 5%, and from there you get acquired by the giant. But you never look at the giant as competitor. You look at the giant as your acquirer, somebody who's going to acquire you, make you rich. So this is a learning which all, I mean, it's a great work. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of hard work I've seen. I'll let Lavish comment a little bit more about what you're passionate about in terms of the broad footprint of the application. But as a business strategist, as a venture capitalist, I see that college students don't always understand that they should look at the giants as their acquirer, not as their competitor. Okay.
I
Yes,
want
I
to
agree.
ask one question here.
Right.
Like,
So I did
but
not
if
like your feature slide at all, because it is just increasing the scope from one end to the other end, to like trying to do everything that a giant does, right? So that is the issue, and you're not even funded yet, right? And even if you get funded, you'll be funded for seed money, not to compete
Yes,
with them. That is
exactly.
the
So
fundamental issue in the thought process, which is very common in all the college students at this age, because they want to demonstrate their technical skills, which is a slightly different objective. From business point of view, it actually seldom works. Lavish, over to you for some useful
Yeah.
feedback for them. Of course, we have maybe only 1 more minute left.
Yeah, I think I would build on what Pankaj sir just mentioned. That find that one focus, which you said is the diagnosis and the predictive ability, the algorithm which you're talking about. If that is the focus, then you're like focus that the entire application around that. These other features could be ancillary and added on later, but if that is the focus, then right now what I can see and observe is a lot of importance is given to a lot of things simultaneously, which reduces the target which you are trying to achieve over here. So if you are also, another question I think I have for you guys is, so a lot of doctors also complain about the fact that sometimes self-diagnosis is the issue. Uh, so how do you make it reliable? So for the fact that the doctors don't have this complaint about it.
see, our idea was actually increasing the model's accuracy, and if you want to make it more reliable, you have to increase the accuracy. The simplest way to increase the accuracy, increase the correct data, and basically great amount of data. And the way we were thinking of doing is basically integrating directly with exactly contacting the hospitals in the area. And basically, if you think about it, every hospital has some kind of college or some kind of research part to it, right? So they try to do this research, and obviously they are not going to be willing directly to, if we ask them directly, if nothing in return, they will not actually like give us the data. But if we are actually providing them a large user base, and let's say we are increasing their popularity from the application, against that we are trying to actually like bargain for the data and actually increase the data. a lot.
You will
Cool.
also
I have
problem.
a couple of
Yeah.
comments.
Yeah, you'll also have
Yeah.
to problem in that. So you have to work with an hospital, working for them as a partner with some rights to expand beyond that. Yeah, Amit, sorry.
Yeah, no, yeah. So similar lines, I was gonna say that I know I think it's a great team. You guys have the right instincts, and you have the skill set to produce what this kind of domain needs. Just one suggestion: next time, I think just make sure that your punchline is very crisp, like a couple of sentences, right? I think that's the key. Get people's attention with two sentences, not with a big video, and that helps. And the other thing I would say is, again, I think approaching the hospital, solving real problems, and proving that it's better is always, the best thing. So focus on a narrow niche, take it, make it better than others, and things will follow. Other things, they will follow. But just find your niche first. Yeah? But great, great effort. Keep
Great.
continue to work.
Great knowledge. In the technical presentation, somewhere you talked about there are different models for using different outputs. So we have done an average of that. What is it called technically?
No, we have not done an average of that.
It's not an average of it, but you have done something of it. What is it called? Something.
Like we have found the best model of for finding the best model. We have done the real-time testing. Yeah.
No, you have produced the output, which is a mila jula, a mixture of various models by some technique. What is the technique called in data science? It is okay to have 4, 5, 6 models. Many people do that, and then they create a consensus output. And what is the algorithm used to create the consensus?
But I have not mixed any model. I found the just best model. I have not mixed any model. I have found the best model and used that model. It's just a single model. It's not the mixture of many models.
Okay, we'll stop here. But good job. That's okay. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All the best, guys.
Thank you, Team Error of 404. We would request the judges to score them up. Meanwhile, we have Team Lights coming up, and we are halfway done now.
Yeah, Meet, can you say their name again?
The Team Error 404 was the last one, and now we have coming up as Team Plicely. Even this is a fun, unique name. The project abstract says real-time posture correction to avoid neck pains and back pains. Looking forward for this amazing, unique name and the project itself. And
okay. Hey all, am I audible? This is Irfan.
Yes, Irfan.
Okay.
Just
okay, all right.
Before you start, I have something to give you guys a disclaimer as. So you'll get maximum 4 minutes to present, and then we'll have maximum 5 minutes of Q&A. So exactly when 1 minute would be left, I would come up as a sorry to interrupt kind of a disclaimer for you guys. So yeah, all the very best. Just
okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So all right. So it's Team Plickly, by the way, not Plicey. So let's get started. So, sir, I'll start it off in a rather unique way. I'd like to ask you if you personally have faced any issues such as neck pain or back pain while working on your phone or working on a computer, anything of that sort.
Yeah, yes, I have.
So that's where we have decided to come in. So all of us here are techies. We spend most of our days in front of our computers or in front of our mobile devices. One field that is picking up pretty recently is the field of chiropracticing and yoga for back pain primarily. So these are all cures to a disease that can be avoided with the proper awareness. But it's not so easy to keep reminding ourselves all the time. That is where Plickly comes in. So Plickly is a suite of products. It consists of a hardware product for your monitor and laptop and another Android application that we've developed previously and launched. So the team details are visible there. So let me talk about the problem. So reminding yourself to sit up straight or anything of that sort is pretty, it's not easy to do. You don't often you're engrossed in your work and you don't know what's up or what's your posture. What we have done is we've built a completely modular, a solution which does not invade your privacy and can be attached to your monitor or computer and monitors your posture in the background, notifying you only when needed. It stays out of your way, pops in only when needed. Akash, the next slide, please. So how does this system work in short? For our hardware device, we have a system of Arduino and a couple of sensors. For the Android app, it uses a couple of custom algorithms inside and processes it. And we have a Windows application which acts as a front end for your computer. So now stepping into how and what the device does. Primarily, I'll be speaking about the hardware device since that's what we built right now. So the hardware device uses a custom algorithm that we built and optimized for Arduino to measure it identifies the distance between your head and your central chest. Based on that, it extrapolates an angle to generate a rough estimate or what your spinal column of the neck looks like. Then what it does is it applies a set of rules to identify what angle your neck is at. And if it's at any unharmful angle, it'll immediately notify you saying that, hey, your posture's good, it's average, it's bad, something of that sort. So we have 3 levels in that. Akash,
I think he cut off.
Hello, Akash.
Go ahead, Irfan.
Hello.
You are audible.
Yes, Irfan, go ahead. You are audible.
Can any one of his teammates continue?
Sure. Hi, I'm Akash. I'll be taking over from Irfan. So we have designed a set of products. On the software end, we've got Plexly app on Android, which is a lightweight and efficient app that works in the background. It uses an algorithm with the gyroscope to calculate if you're bending your neck and tells you if you're straining your neck. We have a couple of screenshots that I'll share towards the end of this presentation. But for the time being, you can set your own angle as to how far you want to bend your neck. 30 degrees is what we consider to be an okay from the research that we have done. And that puts a strain about 18 kilos. So the way it notifies the user on your phone is it either dims the screen or sends a push notification saying, please correct your posture. So lifting your head up would automatically brighten the screen back up or remove the notification. You can set that up, it's totally customizable. On the hardware end, this is what we've come up with. We have time of flight sensors which project lasers on your face, and these lasers are eye safe. They're class 1 lasers, and it works with an Arduino. And sorry, we are yet to design a 3D housing for it, but so far this is what it would look like on top of your monitor. And do you want to take over, Akhil?
Yeah.
For the Windows app?
Yeah. So this is. Irfan, do you want to take over, or do you want me to explain the Windows application?
Go ahead. I'll come into the business model part.
Okay, so we've also developed a we've also developed a Windows application for the same. The Windows application would in turn communicate with the hardware device, and it'll process the data given from the hardware device, and you can see the real-time information in your desktop once you install the program. So once the program is installed, it runs in the background, and it's optimized to make sure that it takes up very less resources on your PC. And it'll connect to the hardware device, and it'll intercept all the data from the hardware device. And anytime your posture is off, it'll immediately give a desktop notification saying your posture is off, and you need to correct it. So this is one of the views of the application saying, okay, the posture is good, so it's it'll give you a green background. If the posture is off, the background will slowly start turning red, and it'll give an audio cue as well. And one other thing which we've integrated is if you stay in the same posture idling for quite a long time, there's also another feature saying that you've been idle for quite some time and please move around. And as an additional thing, you can also change this idle timer, and also you can disable this idle timer entirely. And there's also an analysis feature saying that.
Sorry to interrupt. 30 seconds left. So sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Akhil, I'll speak about the business model. Hold up.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So there are already existing devices such as Lumo Lift, but these require you to charge separately, maintain as wearables. So that's where we come in and we try to create a solution that is adapted to your PC. Switch over to the business model slide. Forward. Yeah. So we released Blickly, the Android application on Product Hunt. It received 150 plus upvotes and was voted the 7th product of the day. We also decided to go for Kickstarter funding for our module, and we already have backing for our Android application from a Swiss company by the name of ShiftFit. So currently we are working on building the hardware product and prototyping it so that we have a viable model to market. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent. You can take the screen off, the presentation off the screen so we can see you. Question for you. I have deepest respect for this team and the business idea. To make the team complete, who would you hire next in your team, full time? If you take this business idea, you get a lot of funding. What's the next very important tower you're going to hire to make your team complete? Any answer? Couple of guesses. Are you able to hear me?
I'm sorry, I just got in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There was an issue with the mic, sir. Yeah. So the next thing I would ideally do is, sir, we need a proper way to design a product that is for an end user. We can't have a bare bones model or anything of that sort. So in our team already, we have a couple of developers. We have a marketing partner in the form of a Swiss company. What we need is a designer and a developer who knows the in and outs of product design so that we have a viable product to market.
Okay.
So that's what I feel as of now.
Yes, yeah, give short answers because you're going to run out of time. So after that,
Yes,
next, who will you hire to make your team complete?
That's a good question, sir. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. So I appreciate your insight here.
Right. So this, yeah, go ahead.
Akash, Akhil, any inputs?
No, I'd agree with you. I'd agree with the same because right now the only thing we're lacking in is the design department. So we need like someone who's
good with 3D modeling.
Yeah, and someone most importantly, someone who's closest to our target demographic.
Okay. How about having someone who is medically qualified to help you design the right algorithm? Physiotherapist,
university. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We have partnered with the University of Duluth in the United States. We have a professor there who works in the medical IoT field. And we have passed this idea by her. So currently we are guidance in how we go about this. Yes, sir. We have given this algorithm to the professor herself, and she. Yes, sir.
I didn't like the screen where you said 30%. Set the angle at which you want to keep your neck. When you are making a product for the masses, you cannot ask that question because masses don't know 30 is good or 45 is good or 90%.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's correct. Sir, in the application, it's already released on Play, so you can check it out as well. By default, we have it set at the best angle that a person can use it. If a person is conscious about it, let's say they have a hand disability that prevents them from holding it well, or maybe they use it at that particular angle, but they have certain other constraints, like maybe they lie down and work or something of that sort. That's when you allow a user to shift, and we also notify the weight that it's sharing. So we don't only tell a percentage. A percentage is useless. You need to tell the weight, the strain on their neck as well. That's something you can understand. That is something you can put a number to. So that's again at the bottom. If that's not enough, we also provide an option of text display. So we say that, hey, you're leaning over to this much, you're leaning, let's say 15 degrees. That's like having a cat on your neck. So something that's informative and pretty unique to explain how much it would weigh in general.
I am pretty convinced about the team and their abilities and their user interfaces and their algorithms, and even go-to-market is strong. This is a unique project where I think there is a big question mark. Before you reach masses, before you create a product like this, you have to have a full-time, highly qualified medical professional who would guide you with clarity that what is medically you are doing. But once you get that right, I'm very close to a project here. It was called Ergonomic Hand. And I can assure you that you need a full-time professional who would guide you about what you are doing. Some people sit in the bed and they work, some sit on the chair and they work, some people have a different kind of work culture. So how long are they in the same posture? How would you know if that's too much or that's too less, right? So that medical advice has to come properly at every time.
Yes, sir. That's a very useful point, sir.
Yeah, Amit and Lavish jump in, and time alert has come.
Yeah, no, I think this is a great idea, and surely as people who are working from home, we can see the utility of it. And in the past 6 to 9 months, a lot of people are having a lot more problems. Carpal tunnel and the text neck. The numbers have increased, and what you are building is kind of addressing the market at the right time. So my only suggestion would be to you need to build a product with product features and product management in mind. So you need a guy who actually understands this market and has built a
Yes, sir.
product for this market already, right? I think see what a wearable. What happens is if the battery dies, people just stop using it. I mean, you really want to. I think you have the technology, but as Pankaj sir said, you need to productize it in a way that it becomes useful. Go to the right people.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And attach platforms. Yeah.
So
That's all.
Isn't it that cell phone usage is growing in a rate that really laptop is less of a threat? It's in
yes, sir.
fact
Correct.
it's actually good that people use laptop because they are sitting and working. It's actually good because most of us are actually putting our neck like this and we are texting even and it has happened almost in corporates where
Yeah.
laptops are less used and cell phones are used even more, and it's growing at an alarming rate. Just before you put this kind of effort and investment and time with your very talented team, you have to really know exactly what you're going to do in the market under medical advice and under behavioral, the habits, they call it the behavioral research that is done. And it
Behavior
is a
analysis.
very
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sorry, Amit, back to you. Yeah.
No, I think that's all. I think you need to get a good, product manager to kind of conceptualize it.
Sir, I would like to add in one more point here. So the company that's funding us, right? It's not just another company. It's a fitness chain, and they primarily their expertise is in back pain treatment and neck pain treatment, and they're the one who reached out because they found viability in the solution. So those are our financial backers. And from the medical perspective, as Sir said, we definitely need a medical professional. A professor in the medical field is not enough. So that's something we should look into, and it's a very valid point.
You have to think through. I mean, I'm sure getting funding is hard in itself. So you got the funding from, because I know that my gym coach also gives me a lot of advice about keeping the neck right and all that. But you have to still think through the doctor's advice, and there are people dedicated full-time who do degrees to kind of look at postures. And many giant corporations, I was working for Oracle Corporation, we had a dedicated doctor on premise who would come and examine you and look at your posture and all, and it was very different from my gym coach. They had 2-3 degrees behind them, and it's a very complex subject.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's a very complex subject, and you have to understand that there is some research exists, but technology does not exist of this scale, because this is wonderful. This is great. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. We shall keep in mind that.
Thank you so much, Irfan, Akash, Akhil, and team.
Thank you.
It was a great one. I will request the judges to kindly score for Team Clickly. And coming up next is Team Tech Bluff. Again, we would tell the participants to abide the time constraints. For maximum 4 minutes for presentation, maximum, and we would request the judges as well for abiding the Q&A session and completing the Q&A session in the 5-minute time span. Can we have Team Tech Bluff here? Is Team Tech Bluff here?
The team has not joined yet. I am getting in touch with the organizing team.
Wait, do we have any other? Can we get the next team lined up then? Which is 1 second. I'll just check. Give me 1 second. I'll just check up. Yeah.
Okay. Gaurav Singh from Tech Bluff has joined us.
Awesome. Can we have Gaurav here?
Yeah. So Gaurav Singh and Sonali, they both are here. They have joined us. We can have them here.
Welcome team Tech Bluff. All the very best. And just to give you guys a disclaimer alert, the maximum time you can present is 3 to 4 minutes. So exactly before 45 seconds of the time limit, I'll give you guys a disclaimer. And same goes with the judging session as well. All the very best. Looking forward. Please start your presentation. Team Tech Club, if you can hear us. Team Tech Club, can you hear us? Sonali, Gaurav, can you hear us? Have you?
I'm not sure if the audio is reaching them.
Sonali, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
On our side, everything looks fine. I'm not sure if Gaurav's, Gaurav or Sonali.
Sonali, can you hear us?
Yes, there seems some network issue from your end, I think. Or okay,
everything's
now it is audible.
Yeah, now it's fine. Okay, all right.
Awesome. Yeah, so if you would have
Yeah,
heard,
I think your teammate is here as well.
Are you able to hear me? Cause I can't listen very clearly here.
Yes, Sonali, we can hear you crystal clear.
Okay, then may I start my presentation?
Yeah, sure, Sonali, you can go ahead.
Yeah, sure. All the very best.
Okay. Is my presentation visible to you all?
It's taking some time to load up. We would just give a little time for that.
Is that now visible?
It's still not visible yet.
You can try switching off your video. That may create some extra bandwidth for you.
Is this okay now?
Yeah, as
we are not
said,
seeing anything.
Yeah, we can't see the screen. Can you just try turning your video off and then sharing your screen?
Okay, sure.
Looks like a bandwidth issue at your end. Okay. All right.
Okay. Is this
All right.
is this now visible?
Yeah, your screen is visible
Yes.
now. Yeah.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Hope you all are doing good and taking good care of yours. This is Sonali from Team Tech Bluff, and we have come up with AI-based software for diagnosing skin cancer. Since we know that the dermatologist follow certain steps to find out the skin cancer, they go through various steps that include naked eye observation, then dermoscopy, and then biopsy. These processes are really time-taking, and it is possible that during identification of disease from these procedures, the disease might advance to a later stage. We know that skin cancer is a severe and widespread disease, and its early detection increases the survival rate. So, we have come up with an AI-based solution to diagnose skin cancer in just fraction of seconds. So talking about how will a solution work? So we here are providing user an interface to click the image of mole and then upload it on our web app. Our web app will diagnose the score and give the result in just fraction of seconds. And also the users will be connected to the nearest doctors using their geolocation. So we have used trained neural network for this purpose. The technique here used is transfer learning, and the model we used is pre-trained neural network ResNet 50. We used the weight layers of ResNet 50 and then arranged the last layer according to our classification need, that was to classify the disease as malignant or benign. So talking about unique selling points of our AI compliance, we have used custom AI model that is trained on dataset obtained from International Skin Imaging Collaboration Melanoma Project ISIC. Also talking about our application, it is a robust, scalable and cross-platform application that can be used on phone and can be deployed on cloud as well as on edge computers. And our application uses location of patients to recommend them to the nearest doctors. Also, we have embedded in it a chatbot that will assist users in getting diagnosed and answer other skin-related queries like precautions, treatment, etc. So we have some future goals with our AI product. These are comprehensive profile of doctors and hospitals, then discussion forums and dashboards for patients' history. So in comprehensive profile of doctor and hospitals, we can have profile of doctors, and we can direct people to hospital website, and there can be contact details of the hospitals as well. And then in discussion forums, people can talk to experts for better insights and provide feedback over there. Also, they can make online appointments also. Then we can have a dashboard that will save all the medical history of the patient that can be used by doctor to see the progress over there, so they don't have to carry their reports every time they go to the doctor. So use cases of our AI compliance is in hospitals, where we are allowing hospitals to create an interactive interface between patients and doctors. Users can just upload the image of the skin and get detected. Users like it. It happens that people take it very casually, that if they have some patch on their skin, they are like it will be okay in 2-3 days, so they just wait. They don't go to doctors. Also in this corona time, no one wants to go to hospitals because these are the places that are most prone to corona, so they want to just stay at home. So this is an online application where people don't have to hesitate, they don't have to go outside. They can just online check whether they are having some skin cancer or not. So let's cure cancer using AI. Now let me take you through our demo. So this is our demo that we have built using Flask framework. And here on the right hand side, you can see there is a chatbot Aroma that we have created with Dialogflow that will assist us throughout the whole process of using this website. So here I'm going to ask Aroma, how do I get diagnosed? So now it will tell us the procedure that we have to follow. So it says click on choose a file and then select the image of part of body you want to diagnose, and then you can click on upload button, and within fraction of seconds you will be led to results of diagnosis page, and then further you can click on recommendations to reach out nearest doctors. So here I'll first click on choose a file button, and then I'll be choosing some image of skin cancer. So let me choose this one. And now I'll click on just upload button. It will give us, it will lead us to the result page that will give us the report whether the disease is malignant or benign. So you will see that the result given is just within few seconds, and also it happens that people just upload a random picture that can be of some text image or an image of some place. So our application is capable to identify that and state it as that it is not a skin cancer type.
Sorry to interrupt. We have just 30 seconds left, so please make sure you complete your presentation by then. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so the picture is meanwhile the picture is getting uploaded. Let me tell you, okay, here's the report. So you can see that this image has 95.53% benign type and 4.47% malignant type. So it is clearly visible that we have not just here used some trained image. We are just checking it on a random picture that we have downloaded from Google. So here you can see the results, and also you can see the last option is not skin cancer type. So it is for that like people just happen to upload a random image. So now I want to reach out nearest doctors for me. So I'll click on nearest doctors for you. So here you can see the result. Here we have used hair map API for this process. So you can see that this is your location, and the second location is of the recommended hospital that we have. Here also we have a navigation chatbot that will assist us through the process. So I can ask it that can I make appointments? You can see that this has given us the hospital name along with the whole address and contact number. So our chatbot says that you may contact the hospital on the given contact number and make your appointments further. So here you can see that this is all about our skin cancer detection that we have developed, and this is definitely going to be a good project for social good. Thank
Very
you.
good. So yes, I think yeah, we're running out of time, but this part we understand. My quick question: how do you differentiate yourself from many other people who are doing a quick scan of an image and coming back with some percentage? How do you differentiate yourself as, oh, talk to me?
Okay, so talking about this, our plus point is the accuracy that we have achieved. So we have used the efficient data set that has been obtained from international skin imaging collaboration, and the accuracy that we have able to get is of 85%. We have trained our model on ResNet 50. And this is a trained neural network model that we have that has given us this much accuracy. And also the chatbot that we have developed is that can answer your questions related to all skin cancer types. You can ask the types of skin cancer, the precautions and treatment you may take. So this is all in all the whole application that will connect you to the doctors as well. And also I have also told you about the future scope of this project that we are working upon. In these 2 days we were able to implement this much, but we are definitely planning on to make this more
So
market ready.
just a feedback. Differentiator is always one line or one word. If accuracy is your differentiator, let it be accuracy and stop there. Moment you add 6 or 8, then it's no more a differentiator. And how do you get that accuracy? By the modeling wisdom. And I get it. And is that all that can be done, or some demographic information about the patient or some lifestyle information about the patient that can further enhance your prediction accuracy?
No, we have used image training the image. We have used a data set having 10,000 images of disease that was classified as malignant or benign. So right now we are just showing the result as prediction of disease, whether it is malignant or benign.
And you mentioned about these images are from Western countries. Now that means your target is also Western countries?
No, actually, we were looking for data set on which we can train that. So we just went for an efficient data set that can provide us. Most of the data sets on Kaggle or other sites, they are just of one or two diseases. So this was the most efficient that we could find that
But you do
gave us
understand
the
that
best.
if your target is Asia or South Asia, then you will have to have local data also, and you cannot.
Yeah.
So you will have to understand the correlation and the relevance. So in other words, you usually cannot do a project like this just on image alone. You have to have various attributes of that person's race, which region, and many other demographic lifestyle information to get the accuracy further bumped up. Because you answered my question as your differentiator is accuracy, so I am grilling you on that. But if your differentiator is accuracy, then there is a lot more work pending. You got to maximize upon accuracy, and that requires a little bit more thinking and a lot of other X variables in your deep learning models. I'll give it to Amit. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So I think it's a great presentation. There was a couple of presentations on this topic, but I think this was the most comprehensive. And you did a good job. And I think this is something you should pursue. I feel there is scope for you to identify what is your differentiator, right? I mean, think through it. Definitely, it's not a two-day job, but spend time on what is a key differentiator in building this technology. Is it the accuracy of the model, or is it this data? What Pankaj sir was saying, right? Figure that out, and then I'm sure you have a great part to the market through maybe an Android app or web app, whatever it is. So I have one question regarding a presentation. I think you had this first slide where there were 3 steps. One was the visual inspection, and then you had 2 more steps, right?
Yeah, dermoscopy and biopsy.
So is there something that can be automated, or can you apply AI on those 2 steps as well?
What we were trying to do is that
Tell me first what are the 2 steps? Yeah, maybe just give a nutshell of what those 2 steps are, right? Like, what do they mean?
Yes, so the first step is yeah.
No, go ahead. Tell me what are the 2 steps, the second and third, in simple words, right?
Okay, so my intention to show those steps was just to tell you that dermatologists follow these steps, and we are just trying to minimize the time that is taken to identify the disease, because it's really important that cancer gets identified at its early stage. So those were the steps that dermatologists follow. First is naked eye observation, that they just go through the patch on the skin and all. And then the second step is dermoscopy, that they use with the specific tools. And then biopsy is skin layering kind of thing. So these steps they follow, and this takes weeks and months. So we are just trying to figure out the presence of disease within a few seconds.
Yeah, sure. But just follow up on those 2 steps, and maybe see if you can automate some of it as well, right, with AI.
And also automate the recommendation, like you have given 95.5% as the it's nothing, and 4.5% it could be malignant. So what does it mean for an illiterate end user? What does it mean? I should rush doctor and I got 6 hours to live, or it means like it's 4.5%. That's too small a number compared to 95.5%. So a cryptic recommendation like this is doctor interpretable, but you are targeting patients directly. And your wordings have to be like rush now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. We have facing a time constraint. It's already 10, and we have still 6 more teams to come up. So if you can,
okay,
the Q&A is. I'm so sorry.
Let's wind up in 10 seconds. Yeah, 10 seconds for the last question.
So that the benign type is so much similar to malignant type, and it gets at a later stage, it just becomes malignant. So for this purpose, so our classification just tells us the percentage that it might be malignant or benign. And obviously we are not gonna present this to the user as a user. This is just so that we can you are technical people. So we want you to know that this is the percentage of the classification result that has given us.
We got that. We'll stop here. That's the right answer. It's great to present to us, and then maybe even present it as a step 2 for the end user, but give a very simple recommendation. You need to see a doctor now, or something like that. You may have to see a doctor. I think you should, something like that, on a grade of 2 or 3 or 4. Okay, Lavish, anything from you before we wind up?
I think I just have one thing to say. I really appreciate the ease of use that was introduced in the project, which is just uploading it directly and you get your results. So I
Very
think
good.
that was a really good step that you guys have taken. Yeah.
Excellent presentation. Thank you.
All right,
We'll
all the
stop
best.
here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We would request the judges to score Team Tech Bluff. And we have coming up next is Mask Impossible. Can we have Mask Impossible here? Team Mask Impossible. Okay. Hello, Team Mask Impossible. Before you guys start your presentation, just give you guys a disclaimer. Maximum time slot is 3 to 4 minutes for presentation. I'll give you a heads up at 3 minutes 30 seconds regarding your time limit getting over. And similarly for Q&A, maximum 4 to 5 minutes. That also will be given a disclaimer by me interrupting 30 seconds before the time deadline. So, all the very best. Looking forward. You can start your presentation.
Okay.
Just a
Looks like
second.
Nitin from
Yeah.
your team has lost his connection.
Yeah, he'll be getting back in a moment.
All right. Okay.
Hello, hello. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
I
can
think
hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. You got 3 minutes 45 seconds. All the best.
So our team name is Mask Impossible, and our product is a Chrome extension which can alert for face mask removal. That's the simplest explanation, but I'll tell you the whole of the features here. So our problem statement basically was like means face masks were the best way to prevent COVID-19 attack, but people really don't follow all the rules which government has given. And in many other places like IT companies and offices where people use computers and laptops in a large scale in a small area, people usually tend to remove their masks to avoid suffocation and all. And in such places, social distancing can't be implemented in a neat way. So we need strict face mask rules, right? And there's no way to do it without a human monitoring everything. So what we came up with a solution was like the computer or the laptop which the user is using will monitor that user whether he has removed or he is wearing his face mask correctly. So for personal use cases, it's like it first alerts the particular user itself to say him like you have removed the face mask for this number of seconds, please wear it back. And if the user ignores the warning, then a mail alert is sent to the system admin who sets up the Chrome extension. Hello, I'm audible, right?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah,
Yes.
Go ahead.
Continue.
Okay, so let me tell the features of our Chrome extension. It's super lightweight extension, just total 9 MB of the whole extension, and it won't consume more.
Okay, Nitin got cut off. Can one of his teammates take over? You guys have 2 minutes 30 seconds. 2 minutes 15 seconds.
Yeah, just a second.
You can continue talking. We got the gist of the presentation, so you can explain verbally also.
Yeah, that's what our extension does. Whenever a user removes the mask, it will give the timer will start in his own computer at that time, and it will be telling you have removed the mask and please wear the mask. And for any reasons, if he doesn't wear the mask, let me show you a video here. My screen is visible, right?
Yes, your screen is visible. Yes.
Yeah. As we see here, he is giving the computer's name and the system admin's email. So he is wearing the mask over here. So he starts. He reloads after giving those details in the extension, and he will start his browsing. So when the user, the user removes his mask, it will give an alert. So let me move on to a point where he removes the mask. Yeah, see now. Yeah. I think it's visible on your screen. You have removed your mask for 3 seconds, wear it back. So it will be generating all these information, and it will be keeping track of all these things, and it will also send an alert to the system admin too. This guy or this computer has removed, this computer's user has removed his mask for so many seconds. And in the first go, wait, let me go. Yeah, now you may see mask removal alert. Who was it? So the name of the computer. So this is the name of the computer and the duration. It will give an initial alert that time. And whenever he doesn't wear the mask at all till 90 seconds, then it will completely freeze the screen. Wait, I'll move on to that thing. See, the
So this is
danger level.
good. Very good. We'll start asking you questions if you don't mind.
Yeah.
This is good. Good application, easy to understand, simple, quick positioning. Yes. Now, who is your target audience?
Yeah.
So who is your target audience? Are you able to hear me?
There's a lot of disturbance from someone's side. Okay.
Can we all go on mute? Yeah, okay. Who is your target audience? Yeah. How will you launch this? It's good. It works.
So our target audience are like, so IT companies or any and internet cafes or offices where the office is small but people need to adjust with their laptops. So it can work without a human intervention. It can alert the
crowded office spaces, like call centers, and so on.
Like
now, who is your target?
A mask.
Yes,
and so
very good, very good. Right answer, great answer. I love it.
Are our main target.
Okay, very good, very good. We'll keep the answer short also.
Yeah.
I mean, you gave the right answer, so I'm sold on it.
And one more thing is, we are not going on a business end. Yeah. Okay.
1 second.
Yeah.
We got the answer. Let's keep the answer very, very short so we can manage the time.
The main thing is we are. Yeah, sure. We aren't gonna sell this product. We are doing it for.
Yeah. You're doing this for?
Yeah, we aren't going to sell this product. We are just contributing to the community to avoid the spread of COVID-19. So here it's not loading our servers. It's not, we aren't getting any huge server costs or anything because the whole ML model is on the client's browser. So we are letting this product for free to serve the community.
Very good. So even in that case, it is social entrepreneurship. Even in that case, it is still
and
entrepreneurship.
One more thing is like social. It's easily deployable.
Yeah. Let's keep the answers very, very short, guys. You have to manage the time. Just look, I'm using my hand so you can see I'm asking you to pause because there's a two-way audio and you're not able to hear me. So I get it. It's social entrepreneurship. Great idea. Excellent value and such a good philanthropic. Hold on. Just calm down.
My next just wait for a minute, please.
Yeah. Do you think that people are going to take this product? Perhaps not. It has to be imposed upon them by the person who owns the shop, right? It has to be imposed upon them. Okay, good.
Yes.
So that is your target. Yeah. Okay, good. Other audiences, Amit and Lavish, other judges.
Yeah, no, I think the idea concept is good, but you have to find a niche where it works, right? I mean, what if somebody just closes the browser or, they just put a thumb on the camera and so you have to think about those pitfalls as well when you kind of want to build a company around something or build technology, right? You shouldn't have easy pitfalls. So I think that's one of the keys. But I like the idea of integrating an AI/ML model in the browser and or maybe right on the PC.
And more features are like people can't uninstall this extension. If they try uninstalling or disabling the extension, it will send a mail alert to the admin again.
Right. No, I understand that, but there's still other ways of getting around it, and maybe a better way would be kind of those dome cameras are there, which are kind of installed in every IT office in the top. Put some application like this over there. That's but yeah, how accurate is your model? I mean, tell me about that. Like what have you built? How do you do it? Can you hear me?
Nitin, is it
Yeah?
audio?
I can hear. So how accurate is the model? I was distinctly watching that when he removes, there is a beard guy, right? So does it take beard as the mask
Yeah.
and so on? What if, and because
No.
I don't like this and my boss is imposing on me, I may very well, use some technique to fool it, like keep a paper here, right? Or
Yeah.
really not wear a mask. So is there a way to, because it's a war between the employer and the staff, and staff doesn't lose easily. They actually take joy in fighting
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
Is there a
They
technique?
find out weird ways to fool it. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, exactly. We also thought this, and we have trained our model by wearing half mask, then full mask, and also keeping the towel in front of us. So in that way, it is almost 99% efficient.
all right, guys. Yeah, that's all I had. Pankaj, Lavish.
Let's move to the next. Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, this is one of the projects which touched my heart more than my brain,
Thank you.
right?
Thank you, sir.
And I love you all for
Thank
doing
you,
this,
sir.
because when economy
Thank you, sir.
bounces back to normalcy, this is gonna really help our country get back on track.
Yeah, and one
Make it
more thing to
available.
add up, and
Yeah, and
last
it's
point to
easily
add.
deployable.
Yeah, very cool elements of technology in the whole thing. Yeah.
And also last point to add, if we can find a solution where we can integrate these things on the CC camera, and it will find the face, also face detection, and we can impose fine on those people who are not wearing mask also directly. So we are thinking on that also, but as the time limit was 24 hours, we built this.
Very good extended feature. Very good. Because as economy bounces back, you need both of these solutions, because employers are going to generate jobs and employers will shut down if somebody brings COVID there. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
sir.
Next.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Yeah,
guys.
and more significant feature is like it's easily deployable and can be used by any non-programmer guy.
Nitin, we are sorry, but then we have to move on with other teams. So feel free to leave this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, Nitin and team. Good luck, team Mask Impossible. We would request the judges to fill the form and score for team Mask Impossible. Now we're entering the end game. Now we have 5 more teams to go, if I'm not wrong. So coming up next is team Hackers. We would request to keep it quite okay. Just to give you guys a disclaimer, 4-minute presentation max, and 5-minute maximum Q&A. And I would give a disclaimer before that. All the very best. Looking forward.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, all right, let us wait for our judges to be ready, and then we can proceed.
Sure.
Meanwhile, any one of the teammates could share the screen with us.
Yeah, is my
Okay.
screen visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's visible.
So,
we'll start.
can we start the presentation?
Yeah, sure. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Yeah. So, hello and good evening to all the judges and everyone here. My name is Aditya, and along with me is Abhishek. We are currently in third semester PS University. So for this hackathon, we have decided to make a simple web app, which is basically a travel app, but it has a few features that makes it stand out, which we'll be talking about in the next slides.
Yeah, so why we chose this is because during the current pandemic, in India, especially, the most affected sector was the travel industry. So to come around this, we built this web app so that it serves actually two purposes. One is that fellow traveler lovers can actually collaborate with each other and travel, and the other thing is that local guides or part-time local guides who have lost their job in this pandemic can also sign up in this web app, and even the users can actually hire these local guides. So these two are the main features of the web app.
Yeah. So the
So
target audiences is basically the common people as users and also the local guides. So
This can be used as for recreational purposes for the common people and also as a platform for the local guides to find jobs.
Yeah, and so like what features can this app offer? So these are some of the few features which we try to implement in the current version. So one of the main features is connecting people with similar travel destinations and helping them collaborate. So this web app provides that, and also it enables sorry. Yeah, it also enables users to create their own travel groups. So it's not only limited to only two people. So you can even travel in groups. And the most important thing in these kind of web apps is the user authentication, whether the user is valid or is it just a bot or something like that. So
Yeah.
one way to come around that was once the user sign in, he has to fill a profile page, and we actually try to verify that profile by and he has to complete the profile. So that's one way of actually authenticating the user. And yeah, and the other features are once the user selects a person or group to travel with, they are allowed to anonymously chat with each other so that they can actually collaborate this way. And this, as mentioned earlier, this website also contains a set of local guides that can be selected by the customers to accompany them as an option. So by local guides, even the people of the native area, like who know the area very well, can also sign up, because that way we can actually the travelers can actually discover even the remote areas, and that'll be a good adventure for them. So some of these are things we were actually able to implement in 24 hours. So since there's lack of time, I'll just tell the important features which we were able to implement. So this is a landing page for the web app, and it has it's a normal CRUD type web app. So you can create, read, update, and display the profile. Uh, yeah, okay, yeah. So it can display the profile. These are just some dummy profiles here. And yeah, there's an option to also register and hire as a local guide. So all this data, we are using the Atlas MongoDB, which is cloud. So this way we can make it platform independent. See, the other feature which we implemented was the group chat. So yeah, this is the group chat. So uh, basically there are rooms here. It's a bit buggy. Yeah, basically the rooms here, and you can user can join a room and chat with each other. And one more feature which we added is, like, while hiring the local guide, we have actually implemented this as we were able to integrate the Portis uh, wallet. So that's basically a cryptocurrency wallet. Uh, so that the users can actually hire the local guides in terms of Bitcoin. So we think we did this because we think the Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency will be the future, and we're actually making this app the future ready. So those are most of the important points. Yeah, and we will also like to continue with this app and improve the features like the
Yeah.
UI and the security.
So in the future, we can, if the app is a success, we can make it large scale or put it into an Android app, convert it into.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, quick. I have only one question, and I'll hand over to the experts here. I think Amit and especially Lavish loves the user interfaces, as I have been told. So my only question is, this is a great, it's there is a big business need, right? Clearly, and there's a demand, there's an unmet need. So that's the great part of it. But whenever there is an unmet need, there's always a problem behind it, that why it's an unmet need. Okay, so how will you reach out the world? Because you are targeting retail, and how do you educate the whole world that there's an app like this that is reliable, and please use me when you are hopping onto a plane to a new place and you need a local travel guide?
Yeah, so what we can do is because this app usually serves two important purposes, that is connecting fellow travel lovers and the local guide. So we can actually collaborate with most big travel agencies like Make My Trip, which does not do this and can add a feature in that. That was one way,
Okay.
and yeah.
Yeah, and one more way would be like to contact the more local travel agencies, and from there we can carry on and reach out to the bigger travel agencies so that a whole network is formed, and most of the travel agencies are connected with each other, and so that the customers are also happy and the local guides are also happy. So
Good. So
yeah, that's great.
I am happy that you have thought through it. That's where I stop. Over to you, Lavish and Amit. Yeah.
No, I think this is great. I think the intention is great, and I think the key question is how will you reach so many travel guides? Probably you have to use some vernacular channels to get to those guys. I think a lot of times these are very very local, right? Hyper
Yes.
local people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So think about it and see what you can do about it. Yeah. Yeah. But a great idea. I think it's need of the hour.
Yes.
Yeah, I think similarly a really good idea, but yeah, what Pankaj sir and Amit sir mentioned as well, reaching out to people and especially in terms of the user interface, making it simple enough so that it's even easy for the guides to comprehend and use. The accessibility for them is easy to use. For
Yes.
someone who is traveling there, it might be that they are tech savvy and all, but especially for people whom you're targeting, I mean, the benefit of them is to connect them to the guides who will benefit out of this. So that should also play a role into the application.
And also we would like to mention that our focus is more on post-COVID times, where when the travel agency can use this kind of platform to kickstart its business further, so that it can recover from the losses it has sustained in the COVID
I don't
times.
know. First, that I don't know how sound that argument is. I don't even understand it, to be honest. Who is your competitor?
Actually, we don't. I mean, we're not planning to compete with anybody actually. So
Doesn't matter. There is a competitor.
okay. Uh,
But cheeky answer, man. I like that.
DIY is your competitor. Do it yourself. And the best website for DIY is Lonely Planet and these kind of website, which actually tell you not to have a travel guide, but read, and prepare your vacation carefully. And I'm going to give you everything that is needed. Very good. We'll stop here. Great. Excellent. Very different from other presentations and very differently positioned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, good luck,
All the
guys.
best, team hackers. Yeah, all the best, team hackers. We request the judges to fill the form and score for team hackers. Coming up next is team quarantine. We've always been in the phase of quarantine. Now we're gonna have team quarantine coming up with a unique idea. Again, to give you guys a disclaimer, 4 minute max is presentation time, and 5 minute max is the max Q&A session. So all the very best. Looking forward for an amazing quarantine session with quarantine.
Thank you. Sumuk, can you start the PPT? Present your screen.
Yeah, please share your screen with me.
Yeah, can you see the screen?
Just give me a second.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, Sumuk. Can you try to reshare your screen with me again? Disconnect from this and then try to connect it again.
You can start talking, guys, in the meantime.
Yeah, meantime,
And
you can
we'll get
start
it.
talking.
We'll get it. Yeah.
Okay. So we are Team Quarantine, and our project idea is Relearn. So what the social network for learning. So what we are targeting is students. Students nowadays aren't going to schools. Let's say freshers, they're not able to meet their peers. They're not able to make friends. They're not able to network with others, and also they're not able to stay motivated because of these online classes. I mean, you need people around you to be motivated, right? So basically what our platform does is it motivates you to learn a new skill. It enables you to network with other peers who are willing to learn a new skill which you have mutual interest in. This way you can start collaborating at a very base level. Both of you are beginners, both of you have the same skill set, so you can start learning on how to make collaborative projects. So later on it's easier for you to work on more collaborative projects, and it's not Greek and Latin later on. So that's our idea, and one of the main features which is different from others would be that we are using a recommendation model to recommend peers. It need not necessarily be from the same school, same college. It's wholly based on the skill they're interested in and things which they're proficient at. We also give features like video calling, video streaming, chat box, so that they can share their ideas, they can present it to each other, etc. And there'll be different task section wherein one peer gives a task to another peer, on completion of which the other peer validates the idea, I mean validates the project, and based on that we have gamified our idea and given XP points. Based on this XP point we can give rewards to the peer. Let's say vouchers, coupons, maybe other softwares, 55% off, or discounts like that, basically. And we can also, partner with the upcoming hackathons, events, workshop, and we can showcase the same thing on our website, upcoming hackathons, etc. So this is basically our idea. So once Sumuk presents our screen, then we can go ahead with the presentation.
I think we are still facing issues with Sumuk's screen. Can one of his teammates share his screen?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. If Sumuk is
And
not
he's
possible.
going with
Okay,
the
I
idea.
think it's visible now. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So coming to the, can you go to the first page?
Guys,
As
just
we
to give you guys just 1 minute left. We're running very short on time, so just 1 minute left. Yeah.
All right. So why relearning
Speak
is
of the
because,
importance
as I
of
said before, all right. So as we mentioned before, networking, motivation, and skills are essential part of being able to meet the challenges of every life. In this competitive and fast-moving world, it is very important for you to have a basic gist of
So we
all the
got this
skills which are.
part. Go to the next screen. This is good.
Yeah.
Next.
So we'll move on to the tech aspect of it. Can you go to the tech stack, Shreyas? Yeah. Also, why are we doing this? Why are we implementing this idea now? So one of the main reasons being that edtech startup sector is a booming sector in India from the past 6 months. So we thought this is a very interesting space and a very competitive space as well. And this is a kind of an untouched market, untapped market. So we thought we'd go ahead with this idea. So the tech stack with web development, we are using Mon and machine learning. Sentiment, NLTK, scikit-learn, etc. Moving on to the next slide. So since we are lacking of time, so I'll just explain how a thing works. Can you move on to the next slide? Shreyas, can you move to the next slide?
Sumuk is sharing the screen. Yeah.
So how does it work is basically like the user has to sign up into a platform, either through their GitHub, LinkedIn, in order to validate the user. So after the user signs in, he's prompted a profile in which he has to put in his interest, proficiency, about him, etc. This data is then sent back to the backend where all the processing is happening, and the peers are recommended to the user based on his interest, proficiency, etc. And also we have labeled the about him. So about him can have different things. So we have made labels out of the about him. From here forward, the user can collaborate, network, and compete with his friend through our in-house video streaming platform, as mentioned before. So coming to the machine learning aspect of it, next slide. So, yeah. So user store, the stored data of the user is used for processing the text and recommending the peer. This is done by getting the structural similarity using the
Sorry to interrupt. Can but the presentation time is over. Can we move to the Q&A platform? If possible.
Let them make the point. Let them make the final point, guys. We'll give you 30 seconds more. Make your punchline as soon as possible.
Okay, so how our approach is different from others is basically we are giving you a different and an independent network, independent social platform in which you can both learn and network simultaneously. So it's really efficient according to me. And moving on to the channel, our only way of channel is using the website. Which we offer, and as mentioned before, we can collaborate with other MOC platforms like Udemy, etc., in order to provide the resources section sponsored by them. And business model would again be, like I said, MOC, and we can have a freemium model to filter out all the ads. So that's pretty much from our side. We are open to any questions.
Amit, this is a hard one for me. I'll let you take the start.
Sir, I think
yeah.
This concept is good. I think we have heard this concept a couple of times today, and I mean, we've always been looking for a punchline, right? I mean, you got to come with some punchline which says things like, what Insta is to Facebook, this is to LinkedIn, right? I mean, you got to come up with something like that to carry the idea forward, right? And that will kind of crystallize a lot of your features that go in. But yeah, I mean, there's a need for these things. We can see that the social aspect. But again, I think getting peers to do things, and that is a little difficult in my opinion. So you got to gamify it somehow and see. I don't know what ideas you guys have thought about to
yes, sir.
More appealing to peers, right?
Yes, sir. So probably using gamifying, we can we can allocate tasks to them, which will through which both of them compete with each other, and again they'll be validated by each other. And in order to make sure that two people are not logging in from the same person is not logging in from the same from two different accounts, we make sure that the recommendation model is such that it's based on the location and stuff, and also through the tasks and everything. I think you keep on motivating yourself, and also you see your peer doing so much work and you're just lagging behind. It motivates you to do stuff as well. So that's how we thought we could gamify the idea.
My belief, knowing the teenagers and knowing the college student, it takes a lot more dose of excitement for them to get them excited. When we were of your age, we used to get excited by wind blowing. That was enough for us to get excited, right? But these days, a lot of wind needs to be like a wind tunnel needs to blow in their face before they get excited.
Yeah, there's too many distractions, I think. So you got to find a niche, man, how to carry this. I mean, at a conceptual level, it's good, but you got to have a punch.
Yes, sir. We'll work on it.
You have to develop the idea further about how to excite. You to test it, and the best way to develop this further is to ask them, how would you want it? It's called user-driven feature design. Let the users design it. We'll stop here. Excellent communication despite the presentation issues you did. Lavish, you have anything to comment? Please go ahead.
Yeah, just one thing. I mean, I like the idea of gamifying with experience points and all of that, which, I mean, to get people excited, sure. Just one thing would be if the aspect of it is social, then one point that you mentioned in your presentation was this is web only, which, I mean, Pankaj sir mentioned that, I mean, you need to first test it and then see if that is actually a good approach to go ahead, or do you need a mobile application, because that's a faster way for any social engagement.
That's our in the future scope, because in 24 hours we are only able to build one website.
All right, cool. All the best, guys.
Yeah, all the best. In 24 hours, it is okay to execute a piece of it, but you should be able to articulate the vision fully, not partially.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your points.
All right, guys, you can
Thank you,
feel
team
free to leave the
team.
meeting. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, team
We have.
we would request the judges. Yeah, we would request the judges to fill the form and score for team quarantine. Coming up next is team Iris. Do we have team Iris here?
Yeah, give us a second.
Yeah, sure.
All the very best, team Iris.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just to give you guys a disclaimer, 4 minute is the presentation time, and 5 minutes is a Q&A. I'll interrupt 30 seconds
Sure.
before the.
Logan, share screen.
Sure. Thanks, Meet.
All right. So
Good
we'll
evening,
wait
judges.
for our judges. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Our judges are here. Yeah. Yes, Logan. Yeah, you can continue.
Good evening, judges. This is Team Iris. And I'm Loganya here with Rohan and Neeraj. Rohan will lead the presentation. Go on, Rohan.
Okay, good evening. So today we're going to be presenting the idea speech-based diagnosis of depression. So depression is a psychological disease that affects 300 million people worldwide. That's the entire population of the US. And because of the pandemic, that number is only going to rise further. So one of the biggest problems for people suffering from depression is the lack of an accurate diagnosis method. There's no specific test to diagnose depression. Currently, if a person is suffering from depression, he needs to visit a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist would try to understand his mental and emotional state to arrive at a diagnosis. So the problem with this method is that since you're not relying on like a blood test or a scan, the doctor's experience plays a huge role. And secondly, the process takes multiple counseling sessions, and each session can cost between 2 to 6,000 rupees per hour, making it too expensive for most Indian families. And because of that, they opt to just ignore the disease completely. So to solve this problem, we have created a system to aid doctors and patients in diagnosing depression. Our system consists of 3 tests and use machine learning and digital signal processing. So now we're going to walk you through our system. The patient starts by logging in. So our first test is a basic questionnaire. This questionnaire is based on the PHQ-9, which stands for Patient Health Questionnaire 9. So the PHQ-9 is a semi-structured test used to identify signs of depression. Here we ask patients questions like whether he is suffering from insomnia or poor appetite or has zero attention span. And each of these questions has 4 options ranging from everyday to the patient does not suffer from these symptoms at all. So the reason we start by asking these questions is because these symptoms are very common to depression, and most of the time they're overlooked by doctors and patients alike. So now our second and our main test is a speech-based depression diagnosis test. So studies have identified that depression affects the way we speak. Our voice becomes softer and our speech becomes more monotone. Now, as humans, we can tell when one of our friends or relatives is unhappy or sad or angry. In the same way, we've trained our model to identify these subtle changes in tones. Now, just to clarify, our test does not use the words spoken by the user. It doesn't rely on him saying, I'm happy or I'm sad. We're using the acoustic features of his voice itself to come to screen the patient. Neeraj, would you like to explain our model?
Yeah. So the model we have used is a CNN. So since CNN work usually they work better on images, so we've decided to convert the audio samples into a spectrogram. So now, what is a spectrogram? It is an image that shows the frequency variation with time. This is an image from our back end showing what a spectrogram of a healthy person's voice sample would look like. Here, the different colors represent the different energy levels. Here, the x-axis is time, y-axis is frequency, and the colors add to the third dimension of the image, which is the energy of the voice sample. So now Logan is going to demo a system, collecting a voice sample and analyzing it.
Hey, I had a good day today. So this voice sample as to why this particular sentence as "Hey, I had a good day today" is selected because when someone is prompted to read a sentence off a screen, we usually start reading and thinking, and we start thinking while we are reading. So it kind of like gives like a feeling to the person who is reading this particular sentence. They think about it when they are speaking it. So we thought this could help our machine, discover even more minute changes or any minute differences in their voice tone.
All right, so now our final test is an optional social media screen. So depression, especially in teens and young adults, is the direct result of cyberbullying. Further, teens tend to be more expressive in their emotions on social media when compared to previous generations. So Logan right now is entering her username into our system, and our system scans the top 10 tweets on her timeline to identify signs of emotional distress. So currently, we have not integrated this with the rest of our system because of time constraints and the complexity of integrating models. So now, based on the above tests, we can generate a score out of 10, and we can use this score to advise the patient on what to do next. That is whether he's healthy or he needs to visit a qualified mental health care professional. And further, as you can see from the screen, we can plot these scores against time to form a graph. So this graph has two main purposes. One, it helps the patient himself to monitor his score and his own mental well-being. And more importantly, it can be used by a doctor to monitor how a patient is reacting to certain medications and whether he should increase or decrease the dosages. So compared to the current method of diagnosis, our system has two main advantages. The first one is our system is free or it can be made free, hence increasing the accessibility and raising awareness for this disease. And secondly, it can be used in primary healthcare centers. So most villages do not have access to quality mental healthcare resources. And because of that, they either do not know about severity of the disease or they completely ignore it. So our system can be deployed in smaller remote villages to help increase awareness and to accurately diagnose patients. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, great
Very good.
presentation. Great, yeah, Pankaj, I'll just, yeah. I think great presentation and nice problem to address, right? Mental well-being is one of the biggest factors of which reduces productivity and well-being of people, right? So, so tell me one thing. I mean, who is the primary target? Like, I mean, is it typically that the person who is depressed, does he know already he's depressed? I mean, are you trying to give him the indication, or is it more like people around him socially, right?
So right now, our main objective is to partner with an NGO because that takes care of two of our problems. One, it makes sure that the right people are aware of this and they receive and they can perform the test. Partnering with an NGO will help our tests reach the right people. And the second reason why we would love to partner with an NGO is because they can answer the question, what next? It's not enough that we just diagnose a person with depression. We have to provide some form of a solution, right? So NGOs often have webinars or group counseling sessions, and all these things go a long way to helping patients with mild depression to recover. And in extreme cases, they can partner patients with psychiatrists who are willing to work pro bono for a greater cause.
Right. No, I think that's a great thing. My question was slightly different in the sense that how do you get the patient involved? I mean, if they know, maybe they already know they're depressed, then I think the important question becomes how to handle it and where to go. How do you address
Yeah,
that?
I think the main thing we really have to focus on is on raising awareness from the patient's point of view himself, and we have to encourage people's family to like report people who may be suffering from a mental health
You're
disorder.
targeting the caregiver. They are targeting the caregiver, not the patient. Because the
Yes.
first thing I saw in the presentation is you addressing them as patient. Moment you are addressing them as patient, then you are not definitely directly going to the person who is struggling with mental health. So I work in this field. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
And I think you have nailed down a lot of things very correctly. That's a very big field, and you should not cross the boundary, because if you do a mistake, you are driving the patient towards a suicide. So just be very careful not to label them as patient if you're targeting them directly, but you are targeting the caregiver. What I like the most about your app is it was very refreshing for me. Actually, I didn't know. I work extensively in this area, but I did not know that the voice sample will change over time, and that can have some precious information. So your algorithm impressed me. So all the big companies of the world started with something very small. I keep repeating this to every team. Google just created an algorithm. Amazon just made some books exchange, books selling and buying app. And today, where they are more than the GDP of the last 50 countries of the world. Add them together, that's still not Amazon, right? So that algorithm that you showed impressed me a lot. The trick is, as Amit said, if the person is already depressed, then you don't have his happy voice. Now you only have his. So does it work? Does it work by comparing my happy voice with my depressed voice, or does it work by a database of voices and against that my depressed voice? It's a technical question of how the model will work. Can it? You didn't get the question. I can say it differently, or did you get the question?
Yes, we got the question. So currently, we've trained our model on a University of California database. So it's comparing it to the overall sample of voices.
Overall sample.
It's
So not
comparing
my
it to a
voice,
data set.
the algorithm
If we
doesn't
go a
compare
little
my
further,
happy
I
voice
can
with my
say,
depressed voice.
yeah. If we go a little further, the English accent is right now, it will obviously recognize the American accent more, right? The pictures and tones in the American accent will represent more because if the database is in California's based database. So
That's okay. That's okay. But again, I just want to make sure you understood the question and you answer it accurately. For the algorithm to succeed, the American patient that you are studying, that patient's happy voice, non-existence of that sample is okay. You will still be able to give a. It's okay.
yes, sir. It will still be it will be okay.
So
And to add further to the company point of view, we were also thinking that we can give this particular software or something to an in-house counselor of many, developed companies, MNCs like Microsoft and Google, right? So you can give it to their in-house psychiatrist as well, so they can keep track of employees, overall condition. So we were thinking that point of view too.
I think that's a great idea. That's a great idea. I think
Yeah.
that's the right target market for these things because they will pay for these things and they are
Exactly.
responsible for the employees. And
now
they will,
everyone is working from home, so we have different kind of pressures, and we can monitor that as well.
yeah. But I think you should work with those guys to see how to embed your technology. What are the right devices to embed this technology, right? Your AI. So I think
That is very true, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
We obviously this is just a local host machine right now. So if we think about bigger audience, then we'll have to incorporate bigger databases like I don't know AWS buckets, maybe all those things are also there. So we have to
Yeah. And
scalability.
there's a lot of research going on in India as well. At IISc, in speech labs there where people are analyzing, sounds. So you will get a lot of help. I think this is a good track. This is a very good track.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Very refreshing, very unique, very different, and the target audience, even in the case of corporate, is still you can call them as caregiver, right? They are work
Yes, sir.
giver, but they are caregiver. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Think about
Any
it
other
being right.
questions?
That's very important. Yeah. Think about it being right. Getting the predictions right. Thank you.
Definitely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Iris. All the very best. We're almost in the end game now. We have only the final 2 teams coming up from the top 15. So we would request the judges to fill the form and score for the team for Team Iris. And coming up next is Team Secure AI. Can we have Secure AI team coming up here?
Yeah, sure. Before that, I would just like to request Loganya and Rohan to feel free to leave this stream right
Oh,
now
sorry.
because we
All
are
right. Thank
going
you.
on with the other team. Yeah, yeah, not a problem.
All the very best.
Thank you.
Can we
Okay,
have teams
we have, yeah, we do have Team Secure AI over here with us.
awesome. So give you guys a gist, a disclaimer alert, 4 minute presentation, and 5 minutes Q&A max. And all the very best. Looking forward to.
Yeah, could we just get 1 second to let Nihal join? Nihal also needs
Yeah,
to join.
that's totally fine. That's totally fine.
Sure, sure, sure. Meanwhile, uh, so for the judges and for the viewers, this is our second last team, and we'll have the last team present after that, and then we'll have the winners announcement based on the judges' scores. So yeah,
Hello. Uh, am I audible?
yes, you're audible.
Yeah, you
Yes,
are.
Neha, you are.
All right.
You can
So
move to your presentation screen, Neha. Yeah.
yes. So this is actually our app screen. We are Team Secure AI, and our aim is to prevent any crimes from going unnoticed in CCTV cameras. So now we are in the pandemic time where it's difficult to send people to go and monitor the CCTV feeds, and it also requires a lot of manpower instead of CCTVs if you want to send physical security. So we came up with an AI solution which monitors the CCTV feeds and recognizes anomalous activities. So if there's something like a burglary or an explosion, that type of stuff happening in the camera feed, it is able to detect it. And you can see I can enter my phone number. So the whatever phone number I enter here, whenever it detects an anomaly, it will send a message to that number. So I'll just show how it works by typing my own phone number. So what happens is first the registration screen for WhatsApp comes. It uses a QR code. Now you can see this is my chat, and I'll just keep it on the side for simplicity. Now we have to start the feed. So in the real world, we want to connect it to a CCTV camera, but for proof of concept, it connects just to my webcam. So in this start feed window, it's going to prompt my webcam to. Oh, okay. So I think this streaming thing took my webcam for some reason. So just a second, I'll just see if it's possible to get the camera feedback. Uh,
Okay, yes.
okay.
I think it's maybe because of the stream.
Yeah, I think there's interfering permission
Yeah.
from the streaming thing and this thing, but
Do you have a video of this
Yeah,
thing
do you have a
working? I mean, you can
recorded
just.
video for this?
yes, I have a video of this. So
All right, yeah, sure.
is this screen visible?
Yes,
I'm
Neha.
on Secure AI. So I
Yes,
don't
yes.
think the audio will come, but still, I think it should be fine.
Yeah, you can just do a voiceover on it. Would
Right.
that be fine?
So again, I've already given the introduction, so I can skip through that. Here we are looking at an Among Us scene where someone kills on a CCTV camera, but there's not anyone who's monitoring the camera, right? So uh, what we have to do is, this is the demo of the app. Here we have entered the phone number, and now you can see that I'm going to start the feed, and this is how my room looks like. There's a chair, there's a room, and it looks normal, no anomalies. Now we start seeing that I don't want to do any burglary right in my house. So I used a YouTube video which has got a burglary feed, and I play this video. And as soon as it detects an anomalous content, it will start sending an alert. So you can see it automatically clicked all the buttons by itself. For this, we are using Selenium in Python. And you can see that the small snippet of the video has been sent, and it keeps alerting you for all anomalous instances. There are more anomalous instances that come, and it will start sending more alerts as soon as it sees them. Now we have a feature called recent anomalies where we can check the recent feed. So if any person wants to see all the anomalies that happened in a day, then it will show the last 10 anomalies. So here we can see that you can browse through all of them. Now for the business model, we wanted to do a freemium plan. So the first tier is free. Basically, we just detect burglary and fighting. Second one is paid. So there are different industries which can access our models. And we train different models for different kinds of anomalies like burglary, physical damage, arson, etc. So, and the third one is all categories available. We just train the model on all the data sets. So some of the industries we plan to target are shops and jewelry, which is high value, and general activities that happen are burglary, physical damage, and arson. For urban areas, we want to detect things like accidents, fightings, explosions, and arson again. And we also aim as a stretch goal to work with defense, where we can detect things like firing, explosions, fighting, and even any small human movements, for example, in the borders, right? So for the future scope, we plan to get real-time feedback to improve the models. So whenever we have a misclassification, we incorporate that online onto the models so that it can learn. And of course, we want a larger range of criminal activities and probably generalize it to non-criminal activities also, so that we can integrate with the CCTV system of a city. And of course, right now we haven't implemented the CCTV part. So a direct stretch goal of this is to get the CCTV part working. So that's about it for our presentation. We would like to field some questions right now.
So excellent direction. Just describe to us the limits of your ability. Where will what value are you adding? Because many CCTV vendors, they provide small little video clips, 15 seconds, 30 seconds for movements, because they also know this problem that the CCTV keeps running all day and nobody's going to scan through and all that, and you won't even know something happened till already 1 year have passed, 6 months have passed, right? And then it's not possible to go through such a large video. So they do provide motion and all those things, right? Small clips throughout the day they keep sending. Now you are obviously using something much bigger and powerful, that is AI. In that movement, in that something happening, you're trying to find out the fishy ones that you must watch, because you have 90% accuracy that was a murder, that was a theft, that was a violence, something. So describe to us where do you want to play? You've written a lot of things, but that's too much in that example. Many of them are falling in the space of movement and it would be very hard to impress. Where you can say foolproof. When I said it's a problem, you must look at it, otherwise you're going to lose out. And how do you create a Y variable like? And hear my question carefully. How do you create the Y variable for such? X is visible to you. How do you know that that was a right guess and wrong hand? So how do you create self-learning system? Do you ask the user that? Go ahead.
That's exactly what. Yeah, no, you can go ahead and finish. It was.
So I'm done.
Okay, so I was. Okay, I was saying that. What you have said is very correct. We have said that this is scalable to quite a lot of domains in the whole anomaly situation. But and more like, since we in general, it is easier to get a larger set of data to train on for something like a burglary or a theft or an accident. So these three are the main places where we want to focus on, where we can completely say with no uncertainty that what we have said is going to be right, and you surely should look into it. And we especially want to look into an accident based thing, because in India many times it happens, you have some accident happening. Sure, people do go and try and help them out by giving them first aid, but the response to call up a hospital or give an ambulance is always secondary. So we want to have that running as a back end kind of thing. People can go and focus on first aid while we are responsible for getting an ambulance to the spot.
No, I think this is a great idea. I think the second part which you mentioned. So sometimes, theft has happened. You can't do much. I mean, it's after the fact. But rushing medical, help instantaneously by detecting right there on the device. I think, especially with a lot of old people and a lot of people who need this kind of attention. I think that's a great idea. It's just kind of explore that angle. But good presentation and a good video demo as well. Yeah.
And a lot of use cases, and documenting them properly and making them extremely specific is the future of this innovation. If you're going to go with a broad launch, you're going to miserably fail.
Yeah.
And having accuracy so perfected that once the system has alerted that this is clearly a burglary, and you can even, why about accident? You can even call the police station for burglary. So while the burglary is happening, thief does not even know that police is on the way because your algorithms are so good. Now it is very difficult to identify, to differentiate burglary from a woman fixing her closet, right? How will you?
Yes.
That's the part I'm asking you again and again, how technically you will get the why variable. Why will your consumers be clicking on yes, no, 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 yes, 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 no, no, no. And that too, when the anomalies are 0.001%. So how will you ever come to know? That's the question I'm asking. How will you technically execute this? What's the technology and algorithm you are using here? Go ahead.
So the main thing over here is that on a large scale, analyzing a huge, maybe video feed and saying that this particular thing was anomalous or not could probably be very difficult. Like as you said, a woman just searching through her closet very vigorously might look like some kind of burglary. But that is exactly why we are analyzing small segments of the whole video, 1 second frames of the whole video, where we can where we can say that with some level of certainty that this looks like an anomaly. And if we consistently get these kind of anomalous feedbacks from the model, we can definitely say that yes, what is happening is an anomaly. If we are not getting consistent feedback from the model for an anomaly, then we can very comfortably, maybe not very comfortably, but at least with some certainty say that this is probably not a burglary.
Right. So it's a difficult project to do, and you have to think through it very, very hard. How will you get the data to train yourself? And how do you incentivize people to, and I don't know, you have to be, number one, you have to be in a super niche environment, super niche. So niche.
So what exactly do you mean by a super niche environment?
You said jewelry, right? So
yes,
you can program around that. That's an example. Car accident, road accident, someone said. Violence. I don't know if you have ability to identify violence.
Our current model does detect that.
So banks can feel safe, right? Somebody asking for gun ransom, they don't get time to press the button, but you can see and you can automatically alert. Right.
Talking about gun ransom, I think just yesterday when we were testing this out, I had taken a toy gun from one of my drawers and I pointed it at the camera and it flagged it as an anomaly. And it sent me an alert saying that something is happening.
And instead of sending alert, you can actually beam the video live so the receiver can also make an informed judgment. Are ye to bacche khel rahe hain. Chhod do inko.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Instead of sending run. You can stream the video or send the clip. So anyway, a lot of work to be done, and your future rests upon being extremely specific in what you are doing and targeting that very small industry. And then the learning can be replicated to other use cases. Identifying the top 5, 10, 15 use cases, and then going from the first to the 15 in a small order, not necessarily of commercial value, but about your accuracy, so that the learning stays with you. And then figuring out how you get the why variable. Again and again thinking about how do you get alerted for what there was a wrong call or right call, and somebody willing to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
So there could be a use case where we could use it.
No, I think this is great. I mean, one of the key things in this field is zero defect, right? I think we should always target for zero defect, right? I mean, build layers and, it's achievable. You just have to think through it. And as Pankaj sir said, find a niche and take it to its logical end. Right? I think that's the way to go about it.
Yes.
People will pay for it.
All the best. Yeah.
People will pay for it, but you
The
have to
people
be
will pay.
accurate.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you so
Get
much
off
for your
the
time.
screen and get off the screen and save the world.
Thank you so much. It was a great one. We would request you guys to leave the stream, and so that we would go in the last final team for the top 15 judging round. We would request the judges to fill the form and score for team Secure AI as well. Yes, we're in the end game now, the final one coming up, and can we have team in code we trust here? Wow, the last team name is also like in code we trust. Yeah, we're all tech people here.
You're able to see the screen, right?
We can see you, and yes, we can see your screen as well. Final one. Okay, this looks like great. Just to give you a disclaimer, 4-minute presentation time and 5-minute Q&A session. All the very best. You're the last one, and you got this. All the best.
Thank you.
Ashwin, Gopika, can one of you come to all?
Okay, so good evening, guys. By now, you would have been totally trained, so I'll make it short and crisp. A confession here before I start. I tried desperately to give an intro on programming to my younger sister using all the existing resources on the internet, but failed to make any impact on her. I knew that she tried to map everything to either the game she plays on her phone or characters she sees in her rhymes. Since then, gamification of programming for kids was the idea worm crawling in my head. The very next week, inGenius Hackathon was announced with an open innovation theme, and my partner and I readily jumped onto this project. With that said, I'm Chandradhar, and unfortunately, due to health reasons, my partner wouldn't be able to make it. We would like to introduce the project. Yes, kids can ABC code. So, yeah, this is the next slide. Yeah. So, what are the current challenges kids face while learning programming? They need to memorize syntaxes, learn the programming constructs in an unintuitive, and reproduce them when needed. What exists is an already 2D game-based approach, but there still feels something missing, and that's the exact white space we're trying to address. This is where our product stands out too. We have an immersive 3D puzzle app with a roadmap of integrating an AR experience through which we can enable kids to grasp basic programming constructs like loops, Boolean logic, and function calls easily and strengthen their fundamentals. The tech stack we used in this project is Unity 3D game engine along with C# as our programming language to make this app. We also used ARKit and AR Foundation to make our AR prototype, but couldn't complete it due to the 24 hours time frame. This is one of the examples of the picture we were able to do within the short frame for AR. And this is the web app. I mean, this is the exe file for the web-based version, and this is the mobile APK version. When we look at the compounded annual growth rate of kid edtech games and apps, the global market is around 22.6%, which is predicted for the next 5 years and expected to reach 1 billion in 2022. This seemed like a lucrative market to work on with a cutting edge AR technology. Finally, the roadmap of this idea includes expanding the idea into an AR app, which we can try to make a prototype. This will bring a much more immersive experience for the kids. Generating unique random levels so that kids don't get bored for every type of programming construct is a challenging aspect. Thank you. Now I would show you an demo of the project, a video demo. You are able to see the screen, right? Yeah, so I'll play it from the beginning. So the user would click on the UI buttons in order to show the mother bird a way to reach its nest. And this will use function calls like simple JavaScript functions like move forward and move left. And on reaching the goal, the user would move to the next level. And in this level, we intended to teach the for loop construct in the basic programming languages. So we need to enter the number of times a particular sequence of moves should be repeated, and it is shown through the UI on the left hand. Once the user press submit, the bird takes its way. If the bird makes a mistake, well, that means the user makes a mistake, the level is going to restart. So similarly, entering the moves, the user would be able to complete the level. The third level we designed was the and for the Boolean logic, which primarily shows how to use and logic. The user needs to make sure that the bird traverses on both the buttons to disable the obstacles. Yeah. So that's it for the demo. So what we're trying to tell is, in a single day, we could do all this in within 24 hours. So given more amount of time, we could have completed our AR prototype too and deployed it on the Google Play Store and for the Windows Store. So yeah, thank you. Now the question answers. I will.
Lavish, over to you.
Yeah, I think this is a really cool idea to engage kids in this direction. One thing I would ask is what would so the closest thing I could think of is Bitsbox or something like that, which focuses on gamifying the coding aspect for kids. How would
Yeah.
it be similar or different to that?
So ours is like we plan it on the AR scale, but we had to resort down to the 3D version of it. But the AR scale would give it like a real on-hands experience when you're doing it at your home, at your place, in an environment which you are used experience, rather than a virtual one.
Yeah, I think that was the only question on my part.
So I have one question. What is the age group of kids you're targeting
Yeah,
this for?
we plan to target from 4 years to around 12 to 13 years, because by then they would already been introduced to coding in their classroom classes, and so it would feel a little kiddish for them to do so. But
Yeah.
it would be intuitive way for them to learn the basics.
I think you need to up the AR part of it. I mean, if you look at the kind of games kids play today, right? I mean, the amount of graphics they have and the amount of computation that goes on in the kids' heads, right? I mean, it's just amazing. And the speed with which they maneuver things. I don't know. I mean, it's a great concept, like teaching, but whatever content you have, I think you got to think a little bit more about it and see, where it takes you. But I like the idea. I think using gamification to teach coding, yeah, that's the way to go.
Yeah, we'll work on that. We need a 3D model artist and more.
Yeah, you got to up the game. I think a lot. I think a lot.
Yeah.
I would agree with Amit. Could you help me explain that code part of it? Kids can code. A, B, C, code. So the coding part you're talking about is through the movement, and what is the, what am I missing here?
Yeah, like they get to know the basics of calling a function and using a for loop. Those are like the ABCs of programming concepts. So they get to know that through a visual experience rather than a text-based experience, so that in the future classes, when they start learning through the text-based, they have a prior visual understanding of it. So it wouldn't be tough for them to grasp on the first time.
But teaching them for loop, teaching them incrementing a variable, is it in itself a source of motivation or joy for them? Unless it does something. Are they making a game? After learning this building blocks, are they creating something that fascinates them?
we could add a level creator sort of stuff using the already existing code base, so that they could place their own tiles and program the character using the normal functions which we have given over here. That would
because
towards.
I own a school chain, and I own nothing but only children in my life, right?
Yeah.
So and hundreds of them, right? Thousands of them. But as my fellow colleague Judge mentioned, that keeping children motivated is very difficult these days. Unless they are getting something out of it, they are not gonna be just appreciating for loop and increment operator or exception zone and catch block or cases and all that and feel joy out of that, unless they put all of that together to make their own game in a non-programmatic manner. Yeah.
We could work on that.
The industry is heading. That's where the industry is heading.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's very difficult to make them learn something that is abstract because they don't want to learn. They don't even listen to parents or teachers anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, sometimes some things are too slow for them. I think it's their mind works. I mean, their reflexes and everything is very, very quick.
Yeah.
So you got to incorporate it in that way, I think. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, man. Good luck.
Good luck. We request the judges to fill the form and score for the final team in Code We Trust. And so the team, the backend team is calculating the results, and the results will be out very soon. Can we have the judges here? Do we have the judges here? Yeah. Firstly, thank you so much for staying till 11:30. It means a lot. We know the timeline got a bit extended. We hope that we did.
I thought you arranged dinner for us.
Yeah, nowadays Zomato is offering.
So,
okay.
Sure, sir. I live in Gujarat. I can get khakras for you, sir, in person when I come to Bangalore or Bombay.
No, we enjoyed it. I am pretty sure Amit and Lavish will say the same. We enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's fun. That's fun, actually. Yeah, it's good to have Pankaj as well on the panel, and it's interesting.
Good, pretty impressive ideas. When we were of this age, we were nowhere close to what they are doing.
Yeah, I mean, what this kid.
I was not.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, it's amazing what you guys have done. I mean, also the compere of this program. I mean, you have executed flawlessly. I think in terms of
flawlessly
getting all the things
Thank
lined
you.
up.
So I'm sure we are live and getting recorded. So the submissions are done now. Shall we log out at this stage and you can announce it offline, or are we done?
No, sir. So what we've planned is we're going to announce it. That the backend team is working spontaneously to get to normalize the score and get the top 3 based on the scores that have been given by all of you. So we'll be announcing it here. It's up to you if you can stay till the winners announcement. That would be super awesome. But if you guys have any other commitments or are tired and understand the weekend.
How much time? Do you have 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Sure.
Max 15 minutes. So max 15 minutes, not more than that. Max 15 minutes. And I have a series for you in this 15 minutes. That will pakka help you out here. So it's called as.
I have to take a break for a few minutes. Maybe I'll join back in 10 minutes. Yeah, that's okay.
Have you planned a session for this 15 minutes? What is your planning for this 15 minutes? If it is live, it's getting recorded or something? Is there something planned for the next 15 minutes?
Yes, sir. So we have planned something called as Mujhe Gyan Chahiye Karke session. So it's basically like in this college days, like we saw in the teams as well, right? Many project people, they were all tech enthusiasts. But when it came to how investors think or focus on the problem statement and not only on the tech stack, sometimes you don't need heavy models, or you just have to focus on the problem statement and solve that. So such type of some proper tips that we need. So So there's a session that we call as Mujhe Gyan Do session, where we college students want to really know how industrial side works, so that we can focus on that part. Like for future entrepreneurs who wants to start their own startups, or even for people who just wants to grow as a leader in the IT industry. What tips would you give to do a project or to gain a skill? Any like we'll go with one by one about all of your suggestions on that, so that we as
Right.
college students can grow as proper industrial leaders of tomorrow.
Right. So step number one, I will say this is very, very important, that look at yourself and look at this forum, not college student and all that. Biggest and the greatest things have happened throughout the history in a session like that. I did not look at even a single participant as a college student. I looked at them as entrepreneurs, and I looked at us, the judges, as VCs they are pitching to. That's the step number one. And this almost always happens. The brilliant idea, the best idea is just happens in a young mind, and it changes the world. Prime Minister Modi is telling every day, lift up India, start the entrepreneurship. No, and it's all happening. If you have studied the new education policy, you will be surprised what's coming. Entrepreneurship, ventures, ideas, practical application of it, starting from 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade. It's just taking off from there in the schools. And you guys are in the college, 3rd year, 4th year, right? So it's changing. That's step one. Step two, do not fall in love with your idea. Let that not be the only idea that comes to your mind. Let it go. Evaluate the idea objectively on its own merits by a variety of people and see, is it solving some unsolved business problem? That's the step number one. Is it addressing some existing pain point? If it is not as existing and addressing existing pain point, drop the idea and do something better. Okay. Secondly, study why it was not done before. Is there some barrier? And you have a solution to collapsing that barrier. Always think about is why it did not happen before. What am I doing differently? What am I doing differently that I will succeed over this idea versus, so it's called, what is the, why me? Why will I do that? Third, think about the resources, think about the competition, and I said earlier that companies like Microsoft, Google, Cisco, the entrepreneurs don't look at them as competition. It's pretty silly to do that. You have to look at them as acquirers. Once you look at them and acquire, you make a phone call to them and tell them, I am doing this. Will you acquire me? And many of these companies, Microsoft, Google, Cisco, they have policies to help you out with some early decisions on technology that will help their acquisition of your innovation. Like get the tech stack right, get the enterprise architecture right, so that in future you are of use to them if you succeed. And sometimes they let you do that. They want this innovation to happen outside the company, so that energy, that creativity, otherwise they are bogged down by one way of working. They're giving you a chance. Okay, they'll give you a chance to try out, create, and then they are telling this to 20 entrepreneurs. They know that 3 of them will be golden in the end, right? So they are, it's called an ecosystem of entrepreneurs around Microsoft, around Google, around Cisco. It's a very different mechanism. So that changes your thinking and approach to the problem. So the that's the item number 3. Item number 2, the word I did not use was unique comparative advantage. What is your unique comparative advantage that is leading to you being successful? You have to think very hard. I mean, it's such a big world. Thousands of people are doing the same thing while we are talking. So idea has no value. A lot of people say, oh, they whisper, जोर से मत बोलना, वो सुन लेगा. और अपना idea copy हो जाएगा. Idea has no value anymore. If you Google up, you will have 10,000 ideas in 1 hour, business ideas. Idea has no value anymore. The value is in unique competitive advantage. What can you do to this idea that it will become gold versus what others cannot? That's why I keep insisting. Are you using some algorithm differently? Are you doing something that others may not have thought about and you have learned it in your academics, in your books, right? Do you know something? Or you trying some experiment? Because sometimes it's also trying some experiment which others don't have bandwidth to try. So you're trying something, and it's all fishing at the end of the day, and you may catch the fish because everybody is fishing where they think fish exists, and then you went to a different side to fish with a different technique, and you caught the fish and a better fish and a faster way to find and catch. You have a business, and then you scale it up quickly. Don't waste any more time. Immediately scale up with someone who can help you take the idea to market. So that's the item number 4, which is how do you take a successful idea with unique, value proposition and unique why me with this quickly to the market. So there's a lot of things involved which you may not think up front, but they will decide the eventual success. Otherwise, it is better to sell it at that stage and do something else in life. The goal should not always be to create a company and be the CEO. Sometimes you can be an innovator and move on to the next, right? So think about that how do you partner with a larger player like a VC firm, private equity firm? If you have revenue, then PE. If you don't have revenue, then VC. Before that, in the early stage, if you don't even have tools and technologies, then you be with an incubator, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you are gone beyond the incubator, you get a catalyst, right? So there are people there, and before you get to the incubator catalyst, you can find an angel. Angel is going to give you small amount of money. So angel to incubator to catalyst to VC to PE, then a corporate M&A. Okay, that's how the cycle is. You are at that early idea stage. At that level, you think about the step 4 also, that I have done this innovation. Am I resourceful enough to take it to market? Like any B2C idea, unless you have made it viral, you must immediately worry about, because B2C, how will you inform people that I've done this? Right, that's the step 4. Many brilliant innovation, amazing features. You've not done thought through how you take it. So that's why if you are gonna do it on your own, you need to make it viral, super viral. And sometimes it is okay to tie up with an anchor customer who is resourceful and is gonna make it enough big that the cash flow has started, and then you go to the next and the next and the next. These are the key principles and tenets. The first one is most important, which is don't fall in love with your idea. Get it vetted again and again and again and again and again throughout the journey. And never lock your mind upon the initial thought. If you have any big and successful company, you look at their initial business plan and you look at what got transpired. There is no resemblance. One is a dog, other one is a horse. You can't even call them same species of animal. You have to be very open-minded, not to waste your time and into something that is not going anywhere. You have to keep an open mind and keep discovering the marketplace. That's why we say, study the competition, study the market, study the landscape, and be closest to customer. In fact, the phrase we use is let customers develop your product. Earlier we used to say, be closer to customer, take their feedback. Now we say customer-driven product development. Let them be co-developers of your product, and it will come out fantastic. A lot of things go wrong because you are thinking in ivory tower in a closed room, and eventually when that little application to tell me my ergonomic habits and all, then you will find out that laptops are actually a really good thing because they at least sit straight. Most people are now working from the bed, and their neck is looking down, idea is a worst problem than before. Okay. Be closest to customer is extremely important step. Tested idea, and there's no point in secret idea. Then I won't let algorithm should be guarded. You should file patents. You should do all that early on, but not necessarily the idea. Thank you, Amit. You can add more to it. Yeah, I don't know how much time we still have to talk, but go ahead and you can add to.
Yeah, no, I think very well put, Pankaj. I think you've kind of summarized all the key points in there. And if I had to say one thing, right, for the students who are still listening, or who want to be entrepreneurs, I think it's a very simple thing. Just build something that people want, right? I mean, that's the key to business, and that's the key to building new technology, right? I mean, finding out what people want, and then solving the problem, right? I mean, it's not already done. I think it's most of the effort should go into making sure that it works like magic, right? I mean, that's the key. The technology, or any business, it should be like magic, right? I mean, you press a button and the food comes in 15 minutes, right? I mean, that's magic. Or single day delivery of or nowadays I think it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes delivery time, right? And how do people achieve that? You can apply, you can take it to any vertical you want, and make it feel like magic, right? And so if you're passionate about it, and you have the time, the resources are there. I don't think today's world, I think you should worry about compute, network, all those things. I think those are there. I think it's just find an idea what you're passionate about and go for it. I mean, see what people need in that area, right? What they're willing to pay for, right? And that's key. And yeah, this I think this is a great initiative. What you guys are doing at Percent, and making people think about, as Pankaj sir said, right? I mean, you treat them like they are entrepreneurs, and we have to think like VC, and vet the idea from different angles and see how it. That kind of thinking is the most important part of making the ideas a reality in business, right? I think that's something all of us should be doing all the time. It's not a static thing. It's just always a work in progress. There's, yeah, I think that's all I had. Lavish, you have anything more to add?
I think you all have covered it so comprehensively. But yeah, I mean, the two things that designers also taught me is one thing what Pankaj sir mentioned is, not stick to your first idea, and it may not, work out or anything, but do not be attached to it. So even like that is what one thing that I've always learned, and I'm still. I mean, I don't know if how good I am at that, but that is the one thing that I've always kept in mind to kind of move ahead from. Especially that is the change that's come from me as a student to now as a professional to let go of that and think of something else completely from the scratch. And yeah, that one advice someone had given to me as a student, and that has stuck to me till now, and I'm seeing the application of it till date. So yeah, I think you both of you, I mean, I've learned even from you guys right now. So yeah, thank you so much.
I like to highlight the point Amit ji made about what are you passionate about. That I think is a very important point, because the industry, the specific function where you innovate, it's quite likely you may spend your whole life in that domain. The first venture may take you to the second job, may take you to the third venture, may take you to the fourth job, and it may be a iterative process, and you may forever be in that country, in that region, doing that function and innovating that. So you have to pay attention to what are you passionate about, because what you are passionate about, you will get good at it eventually, and you will keep innovating one after next after next. And none of these industries they exist already. Something is already happening. You have to have that open mind to understand the suffering, the pain, unsolved problems. Sorry, Amit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna say, yeah, I think that's the key. I mean, as you said, it's the unsolved problem, turning them into business, And you have to stay in the field for a long time, so you got to be passionate about it. I mean, if you have to create something of value, and it's I mean, today the competition is not just local. I mean, it's global, right? I mean, and so yeah, I mean, you should be able to also integrate effort from your teammates. I think that's another thing which came out of today's thing. It's not an individual effort; it is a team effort, and people are good at different things. And I think that's something when college students, entrepreneurs learn upfront. I think that's something which they can carry with them for a long time. I think, yeah.
And do not ignore the soft qualities in any innovation work. How technically smart you are, which Python library you are good at, how many long hours you can put, how often you are right versus others. All this counts 50%. The remaining 50% is how do you work as a team? How do you let your colleagues and friends also try out a few things, even if you know they could be wrong, to give them space and room to speak, to try, and how in the end the person, the individual no more exists and only the team exists. How do the greatest innovations of the world, Apple, the founding team did not work together very well. It created so much grief and pain and suffering, and it was visible throughout the life of the one who was left. And it was not, what happens is, despite the success, it creates sadness that lasts. You have to be very, very careful that you're not just getting better and better on the technical side of it, but you're also learning the softer sides of life. Staying back, sharing a meal, dancing, laughing, singing together, keeping it very light. More you keep it light, more you will be going and going and going further and further and further. More you make it a stressful experience, my advice will be, why do you want to do that? Right. So gelling with the team, understanding what is gelling. There was one project about the psychology where I work, the depression project and all. You have to the word that I use is getting to know yourself. Self-awareness. More you are self-aware, more you are a better team player. A person who is a difficult team player is the person who is least self-aware. So there is no stigma that you are not a good team player. It's just that you are not self-aware. So innovation should continue also in the field where you are innovating yourself, understanding your boundaries, understanding the point of view that you have picked up, you are holding on to them, understanding the experiences from your days, and you're just totally, this is the only experience I've got, there's nothing more I'm going to learn, and this is the only way I'm going to work. The only thing that is right is the only technology that works, is the only idea, only UI design, only, and I know it all. The moment this starts happening, you just got to start understanding that you actually stop learning, stop growing, and that's okay. All of us go through that. And in that case, you just start working on yourself. From a person who is closed, person who is rigid, to a person who is open to ideas, open to joy, open to friendship. If you can value the friendship more than the business idea, then the business takes off. Automatic.
Yes,
College is the perfect place. Yeah.
Yes.
College is a perfect place to learn these things because you can frankly, you're very self-expressive in the college days. This level of self-expression will very soon go away in the corporate setup. To be very self-expressed with a goal to discover self and grow self in the soft skills.
Yes.
Amit, you want to share from your own experiences and story?
No, I think you very well put. I think that is the key. I mean, it is continuous growth of the soft skills is also important. I mean, we have to adapt. I mean, being in the industry for 20 years, you meet engineers from various generations, and think people have evolved, and that's something we need to keep abreast of. I think I am just impressed by the amount of talent the kids have today, and in terms of what they can achieve and how they can think. And as I said, I think the college is the best place to start. I mean, the opportunity cost of uh, not doing a startup when you are right out of college is so high, right? I mean, you are not going to lose anything if you do a startup, right?
Yes,
I mean, this is the
I can
best time
totally
to do it.
understand.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can sit with an accountant or a finance person
Yeah.
and ask them like what's the best time to do a startup, and they'll say right there, third year, fourth year, and once you come out. So I think if you found the idea, you should just go for it. And I think today's presentation there were quite a few ideas like that where people could take it and probably get the next big company out of India, right? Amit, you have something to say?
Yes, sir. So what I'll say is I have been working in a couple of startups from second year, and what I have learned is that you keep doing stuff, you keep experiencing stuff, and you'll find your way out. And always have your say, and like Pankaj sir said, have your self awareness right on point to learn stuff. Learning that right in this age, and learning about ESOPs, learning about employee stock options, learning about internships, learning about all of equity stuff in my fourth year. So it's awesome, and that I don't have a family to worry about right now because my parents are with me and they can take care. And my dad always says me to me this that when I was 21 I had a lot of responsibilities, but now when you're 21 you don't have any that level of responsibilities. Go explore and learn. So that's an advantage that we 90s kids have, I'll say. And we'll try utilizing it as much as we can. And so we have our winners ready. Firstly, thank you so much for this Hame Gyan Do Wala session. The results are in. And I'll share my screen. Hoping that firstly, thank you so much for joining in, and we would love to announce the results. And we're in the end game now. More, can you share my screen? Thank you so much. Yeah. So. Can you share my? Can you see my screen? More, can you confirm?
Yes, your screen is visible for me.
Yeah. So we're all Marvel fans, we're all Avengers fans, and we're all in the end game now. Team inGenius2020 had a great 2-month span working on amazing conducting events, engaging with 2,500 plus students, and number is a different thing, but we hope that we provided you value, and we hope that we didn't cause much of a problem, and you had a great experience with us. So the second runner-up is Team Helium. A big round of applause for Team Helium. I'll just clap here right now with me because it's virtual. Otherwise, we would have had a great applause in the seminar hall of our college. Can we have Team Helium here for a quick session of quick 30 seconds about how did they look?
Actually, we just wanted to get our idea out there so that everyone can recognize its potential. So we're really grateful to all the judges who judged us so well and gave us really good inputs and insights on how to improve our model at this point. And we're sure to keep this in mind and we'll keep our passion going.
Awesome. Congratulations, Team Helium, for getting the second runner-up position at the prestigious inGenius2020. We hope that you could take the insights and the remarks of our team judges and scale up to a startup coming up right out of India. Next, we're going to announce. Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Coming up next is our first runner-up. Okay, any guesses? Oh, this is virtual, so I cannot have a poll here on YouTube. But the next runner-up, and our first runner-up is Team Fleischli, if I'm not wrong. Congratulations, guys. Team do we have Team Fleischli here? Fleischli.
I think my teammates are on the way.
Awesome.
First of all, thank you, judges. Your insights have been really helpful. We will work on them and take it into account.
Any kind of feedback for us? Any kind of suggestions you want us to improve so that we will also learn in our process, because we may have committed some mistakes. This is our first experience organizing a virtual hack. Anything, guys?
It's been great. Thank you, Meet. This has been a great experience.
Yeah, it's gone really well, especially with the entire Discord thing as well. It was conducted really smoothly, and like props to the entire inGenius team. Like on a serious note, the management has been like on point. So good job.
Thank you so much. Kudos to our team, and we hope that all of those insights about, if I remember, the funding part or choosing your next full-time hire. We're looking forward for Team Nicely being one of the unicorn startups from India.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Congratulations, guys. And now the final time. The final moment is here, where we're gonna announce the winners. Judges, any guesses? Okay, I'll not keep the suspense moving up. And our winners for the prestigious inGenius 2020 is Team Iris. Congratulations, guys. Do we have Team Iris here? Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, mate.
We loved your mental health idea, to be very honest. Like, I'm personally working in a company which focuses on in the psychology world, and this is so interesting, and I love when I on a personal note like it. Any remarks from our judges? Pankaj sir, do you want to tell about something? Do we have Pankaj sir online here?
Yeah, I'm here. This is actually, I did not know the winners. So, and there are 10 objective criteria. So obviously something worked out on the grading scale, and it's a great, there's a great potential here, because you have innovated something that has not happened before, and it can be scaled up. It has to be done very wisely. It has to be thought through. As I said, the vocabulary you're using, right? How you name everything. But it has a potential of doing something big, and it can become a very interesting way to make a big difference to the world. Very good. And there is a lot you can do in the algorithms and technology areas to make it getting better and better and better.
That's true, sir. Yeah.
Great job.
Thank you, sir.
All right, awesome. Yeah, congratulations, folks.
Thanks a lot, sir.
And,
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, keep marching.
Thank you, sir.
Lavish, do we have Lavish here?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Team Iris.
Thanks, me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. sir. Thank you, Pankaj sir.
Do we any final remarks for us? Lavanya, Rohan, Neeraj?
I'm just really happy. I'm blank right now.
Yeah, so I guess we can end by saying, guys, mental health is a serious problem, and please take it seriously. If you are going through something, our college has resources, and talk to the right people, and don't let it get the better of you. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, mentors,
Thank you,
organizers, doing a job, very good job. Online hackathon, well done. First time in our college, right? It's good. You guys did really good. And all the friends watching the YouTube, thank you guys.
Thank you so much, guys. You guys were awesome. And yes, mental health is something that you should be very concerned and be very proactive. Don't worry to say that I have a mental health problem. Everyone goes through it. So yes, guys. And congratulations, Team Iris. And congratulations to all the runners-up. Congratulations to all the top 15. You guys were awesome. It's not about who secured which position. It's all about participation and implementing your learnings that you took from the awesome feedbacks and that we got from our esteemed judges. And that's a wrap. Team inGenius would like to thank all our esteemed judges, Pankaj sir, Amit sir, Lavish, for staying out till it's almost midnight, and we are very happy to have such an esteemed support from your guys, from your side, and without and your feedbacks were very useful for me as a developer, growing developer. I'm going to implement it so that I can survive and grow in my IT industry as well. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Thank you so much to all the mentors who were there throughout the hackathon, helping out people whenever they needed. Thank you so much to all the mentors. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much for your support at the first virtual inGenius. And
thank you.
Yeah,
we enjoyed it. Great ideas and great projects. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, folks, and good night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good night.
Thank you so much, Logonia. Team inGenius, I would like to thank all our esteemed sponsors for their support at the very first virtual inGenius. Thank you so much to our diamond sponsors, Cryo.do, Wolfram Language, Devfolio. Thank you so much to our silver sponsors, Tezos, Portis, Echo AR, Matic, Fold. Thank you so much to our streaming partner. Thank you so much to our gold sponsor, Echo AR, Portis, Matic, Fold. Thank you so much to our silver sponsors, Cloudkey, Give My Certificate. Thank you so much to our streaming partner, StreamYard. Thank you so much to our community partners, the Girl Code, Folk Developers, Community Folks, Android Codes, Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors, Developer Student Clubs. And with this, Team inGenius hopes that you guys had a great great on the very first virtual inGenius. This is like an awesome goodbye from our end. And that's a wrap to our first virtual inGenius. Congratulations to the to Team Iris for winning the hackathon, for Team Leslie to secure in the first runner-up, for Team Helium to secure the second runner-up, and to all the top 15, to all the participants, to all the applications to be. Thank you so much to Professor Sandesh, Dr. Sandesh, and Professor Krishna for helping us out and giving us the support from our college. And we're thankful for PS University Electronic City support campus throughout. And yes, last but not the least, kudos to Team inGenius for pulling this off. Pulling off the first virtual inGenius. Thank you so much, Mohit, for being this amazing moderator and the host. And that's a wrap from our side. This is me, co-head of inGenius2020, signing off. We would send all your certificates by next very soon as possible. All your sponsor-specific prizes and the prizes will be given to you, and the team will reach out to you through email. Congratulations, guys. We hope you had fun. Good night and have a nice one.